Mr. Malcolm Alexander, distinguished guests, industry leaders, maritime professionals, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neil Harilal, and I will be your program director this morning. I just want to share two little stories which have a negative impact on the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality and the Eastern Cape. One, I don't know if you know, but the NMB is the 9th most violent city in the world. And that's true. Check it out. 9th most violent city in the world. And we go about our business every day not understanding how this impacts on us. Last year, I think it was in November, a lady in the rural city, I think of Tsomo, murdered her 3 children. She poisoned them. 2 of them died. The 3rd one didn't die immediately. She then suffocated her. And when the 3rd one died, she went and hanged herself on a tree. And that is the story of poverty in this province. It's because she couldn't feed her children. But apart from these negative stories, there are also positive ones. And one of that is that you are all here in this room, even with the summit of the G20 that's happening today, but you hold it in your hands to be able to make a difference in somebody's life. And my appeal to you today is that when you walk away from here, from this workshop, is that you commit to making a difference in somebody's life. But before we start, I just want to see if you guys are awake. And I seriously mean it, I want to see if you guys are awake. Let's start. I know a few names, so I'm going to pick on a few people. So Kevin, give me a number.
7.
Number 7. Oops. Ah, that works. Priscilla. No, single digit. 5. Suleiman, you can give me a number. 4. Jerry? 8. Now remember, these were your numbers, not mine, eh? So, where's Nandi? Oh, here you are. Nandi is an attorney in the room. So I'm going to give her to keep this piece of paper. Can you see I've just written some numbers at the back? And let me just check it out. So I just want to see whether it matches with the budget speech that never happened yesterday. So you keep this, Nandi. Okay. So let's do another set of numbers, and we're going to start with, and I'm going to skip you out, Nandi, with the 2 gentlemen that's sitting behind you. If you can just give me single digit numbers, any one of you. Number 3, where would you like me to put the number? No, at the bottom. 3. Next gentleman. 2 below 8. Malcolm. 9 below 4. And the gentleman behind him? 1 below 7. You didn't have much of an option. Then I've just put some random numbers in there. Next gentleman, where would you like it? Okay, I'll put it below 6 for you. Next gentleman, 5. Anyway? 5. 4, where? Below 8. Next gentleman, 3. You didn't have much of an option. Now, somebody wants to take out their quick calculator on their cell phone and do the math for me. If you can just add 7548 plus, sorry, oh. No, sorry. Was that number 1? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to leave that. Sorry, that was 1. 1392 8607 plus 4653 plus 5346. Have an answer? That's what Sully says. Anybody else wants to confirm that? Okay, Nandi, you have the piece of paper. Now, if I was a true magician, I'll ask you to come up in front. Come through to the front. Now she's going to turn around and show you the numbers that I have written on the piece of paper. 27546. And they were your numbers, not mine, remember. So I can read your minds. Just be careful, eh? Just remember that, okay? Yeah, so he's still now saying, wow, he doesn't believe that I could do that. But on a more serious note, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Future Maritime Careers and Industry Trends Workshop. It is an honor to stand before you today and set sail on a journey to explore the vast opportunities within the maritime industry, a field that remains the backbone of global trade, economic development, and innovation. And I'm sure that most of you in the room will know about the global impacts of if the Panama Canal doesn't work and the rerouting of ships. South Africa does hopefully benefit from the ports and the stopping, but I see a gentleman says he doesn't think so. But this is the place where we will ventilate it. We gather at a time when the maritime industry is undergoing unprecedented transformation, from digitization and automation to sustainable shipping practices and a rise of green energy solutions. The future of maritime careers is evolving rapidly. As we navigate the shift, it is crucial that we equip ourselves with the right skills, knowledge, and foresight to stay ahead. I had a chat to Kevin earlier on, and one of the biggest challenges in his field is that he does boat building in the aluminium field. And there's a scarcity of skills in that field. And what happens is, when there's a scarcity, it drives up salaries. And when it drives up salaries, obviously his input costs go up. So it is important that we develop a pool of skills within the Nelson Mandela Bay so that we have sufficiently trained people in all skills. It's the skills sector is the sector that is going to be thriving in the next couple of years, especially with the government spend. In terms of the president and SONA, in the next 3 years, government is going to spend 955 billion rand on infrastructure development, whether it is ports, roads, building schools. We hope they will build more so we don't have the fiasco that we've had currently. Clinics, hospitals, those are the things that will drive the economy. One of the key drivers in this change in South Africa is Operation Phakisa, a government initiative aimed at unlocking the potential of the ocean's economy. Launched in 2014, Operation Phakisa Ocean's Economy focuses on areas such as maritime transport and manufacturing, offshore oil and gas exploration, aquaculture, and marine protection and governance. When we talk about gas, we have now found oil in what we call the Orange Basin. The Orange Basin is shared with Namibia. So hopefully, but this will take about 10 years to extract that oil. If we can extract the oil, then we do not become dependent on, firstly, the rand-dollar exchange rate, and that obviously the supply and demand affects the crude oil supply. So hopefully we'll be able to reap some type of long-term benefit. This initiative has already contributed significantly to job creation and economic growth. And it continues to present exciting career prospects for future maritime professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our first guest speaker this morning. Got many guest speakers this morning. Mr. Olwam Mkwazi. Olwam Mkwazi is a distinguished leader, author, and entrepreneur, currently serving as the managing director of Black Hat Group. With a strong academic background and a passion for leadership and social impact, he has established himself as an influential voice in South Africa's business and civil society sectors. Olwams holds a BA Honours degree in Developmental Studies, as well as a BA degree in Industrial and Organizational Psychology and Public Administration, both from Nelson Mandela University. His commitment to academic excellence continues as he pursues a master's degree through research at NMU. Beyond academia, Olwam has made remarkable contributions to leadership, youth development, and business innovation. His impact has been recognized with numerous awards and accolades, including 2023, the Parker Pen South African Ambassador from September 22 to this day. 29, Advance Media's 100's Most Influential Young South Africans, Leadership and Civil Society. 2018, Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality Overall Youth Leader. Also in 2018, Mandela Sisulu Award. 2015, Mail and Guardian Top 200 Young South Africans. As an author of 2 books, Olwam continues to inspire and empower others through his writing, thought leadership, and mentorship. His work reflects a deep commitment to fostering progressive leadership and driving meaningful change in South Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hand together and welcome Olwam. Thank you.
That's pressure. I'm so sorry. I now need to perform and make sure that I outperform myself. I'm sorry, I'm just going to get my connecting adapter. I don't know if anyone can help me connect. Otherwise, I'm just going to speak from the notes. Thank you so much for the introduction. Today, I'm here for the Mandela Bay, for the Maritime Business Chamber. It shows the kind of work that I do and the people that I've interacted with. I must say, program director, that was, I listened to that. Yes, I recognize some of the awards, but when put together like that, it feels like I'm a different person altogether. And thank you for this opportunity. I've been asked to share Maritime Business Chamber's views on the topic and the maritime industry of tomorrow, opportunities and challenges. And the person that is best to do this is basically Unati Sowanti, who is not available to do the work so far. Is it possible to present my? No? Okay, the Maritime Business Chamber is a registered NPC with the aim to address the imbalances and opportunities in the maritime industry, representing the interests of small and medium enterprises within the industry. The vision of the Chamber is to be a leading, inclusive, progressive, transformative chamber for the development of competent and sustainable maritime enterprises. And this vision came about out of realizing that the industry itself is concentrated, like all historic industries in South Africa, to a few. And a lot of our, I would say, local entrepreneurs and black in particular entrepreneurs were not participating in a satisfactory manner within the industry. Motto, which is something that I always love, because it really comes across as a union. It says "Maritime for us all." So I almost want to say "Viva" after after reading that. So the chamber has 5 main objectives, which largely revolve around the policy work, the policy and advocacy work, the enterprise development work, global competitiveness, access to finance, and actually advocacy as a pillar of its own. For this session, we take interest to this industry because it's critical in South Africa and the development of the South African economy. It contributes to trade, employment, and regional development. And as a chamber, we can't see that taking place without the involvement of the 90% of the population of the country. Historically, the exclusion has meant that the 80% has to come and look for jobs within a market that is largely owned or driven by the 10%. And we know the story of the country. We don't have to rehash and say what it is. But the opportunity with this industry is that as we build, as all the industry players are built and restructuring, they can restructure with the view of accommodating as many people within the sector as possible. And therefore, all the opportunities that will be created through careers can now also be paired up with the opportunities that can be created for enterprises and industry players in that sense. I am happy to see Saimi being here. Oh, how did? Oh, I see. Because I sent the presentation before. So I'm happy to see Saimi being here because when you talk about opportunities, they've done a 2014 study on the needs of the sector, and I hope Malone is going to cover that so that I can just go quickly through this presentation. But we recognize the importance of the blue economy and economic growth, technological advancements, job creation and skills development, international trade and regional connectivity, maritime engineering and shipbuilding. I've actually been part of another research where I realized in the shipbuilding industry there's a college in Cape Town, is it False Bay, I think, where most of its learners within the boat building, boat yacht and building course that as soon as you have registered student, all of them are taken up by the industry, and sometimes they have to stop one company from taking everyone. They sort of cut and say, no, we're going to give you 50% of them. We have to split the others in different sectors. And the same course basically has multiple skills that are driven within the course, like electricity, and boat and yacht building and so forth, which is quite interesting. And we've learned over time that some of these learners go and be placed in New Zealand, in America, and they start salaries would start even from 30,000 rand from colleges. You're like, yeah, this is interesting. So you want to capitalize in a sector that can change and transform the lives of South African, young South Africans in particular, like that, especially from the TVET sector. We have members in maritime law who have qualifications in maritime law and policy development, and from their activities, we are learning the importance of being internationally engaged and being able to place some of your people as a country into those platforms so that we can win strategic positions in the world and start driving and be part of the conversation. I don't know if anyone has seen what has happened at the African Union recently, where these strategic allegiances sort of mean something even at the continental level. And then, okay, now I was actually looking at the lucrative future careers. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. And I really want to go to the last page. I'll tell you just now, sorry, before I get there. So just to, I think I went too quickly here. So in one of the maritime lucrative future careers, sorry, this is lucrative, and then you started number 5, yeah, thank you. One of the lucrative industries, my background, I had a bit of studying in botany, and then we looked in botany, one of the subjects is maritime biology. And for the first time, I realized so many things about the sea that I didn't know, that the sea level can go down to about 11 kilometers deep, and you get hydrothermal vents and all of that. And for someone who's always looked at the sea from Port Elizabeth, going to the beach and maybe once a year or twice, you know, our disease. Then you learn of everything that is happening inside the sea. And the only time that we relate with the sea, where I come from, was largely for spiritual reasons and recreational reasons. But now, if we look at the marine conservation and sustainable fisheries, sorry, don't move, sorry. If you look at the industry as a whole, you're starting to learn something more than just recreation and spirituality. And there's, in a sense, it doesn't mean that there's just a business and then a professional revelation that has taken place. It also means that there's a change in the minds of the people. Take, for instance, I don't know how many type of fish that we know come from the sea, or we can name them as a people. Growing in King Williamstown, we had the Buffalo River, and I promise you, I don't know any of the fish. But if you go to Kenya, if you go to Zanzibar, you find the local people understand the industry. They understand the fish, they cook the fish, they understand the market, they are cooperatives that are driven by the community, and we don't have much of that. And if we do, it's quite limited. And I think the sector then needs a body like the Maritime Business Chamber, in not only for business and opportunity level, but also for conscientization and also for this community interactions that needs to take place. And that's advocacy work that could be relegated perhaps to entities that are outside of the formal research-based entities like SAIMI, and maybe the authorities like SAMSA and so forth. Recently, I've also learned of the naval, I've learned, not the chamber, the naval architecture and maritime technology, and got to meet one of the people who are in the forefront, Olungelo, who's part of the, I don't know, is on the only naval architect that I know. And so spaces like this where people can come and just explain and share the understanding and their views on the experiences that they've had in the sector could also be advantageous. But lastly, when you look at the lucrative and the future of the career in the maritime sector, you want to look at the seafarers and the offshore operations that we learn a lot from entities like SAIMI and others, and the chamber is appreciative of the work that has been done there. But for what we think South Africa can leverage on these opportunities, number one, you might want to look at the investment in the education, but therefore expanding the training program at institutions like DUT and a lot of SAIMI, because they sort of churn out a lot of research around this work. And you want to focus on public-private partnership. And when you do this, you really want to incorporate people that have been previously excluded. And this is not merely political or trying to address the history of the country, but it's a sense of building a sustainable industry that can use skills and human resource from across board. And I know a lot of people largely look at the issues of redress as a political issue, not necessarily of an economic issue. And then you look at the policy reforms that need to happen, the technology and innovation that needs to be driven by promoting research, development in the maritime, artificial intelligence, the renewable energy, and smart port technology. Recently, we had a group of a secretariat of a structure in the Eastern and the Northern African communities that came from Mombasa to visit the chamber. And what we've learned in the chamber with their operations. Oh, it's my time. Oh, okay. I thought I was running as fast as I can, so that I am. This secretariat came to also share, the importance of going to renewable energy. I think is it the Mombasa port that is largely operating on renewable energy, and also because it was built post 2012, if I remember appropriately, comparing with our port here. And you get to see how quickly we can learn, not only as formal industries, formal institutions, but also as communities who are based in these maritime communities, like taking people, a group of active people in the industry, and enabling them to meet a group of people, ordinary citizens, and ordinary entrepreneurs within these different African states that have a long history of the maritime industry operations. The infrastructure development, which is modernizing South African ports to improve efficiency and global competitiveness, but specific for the chamber, as I've said before, we can never underestimate the importance of active citizenry, and I've highlighted these two in red because really, it's really the point that I really would like us to remember, especially concerning the chamber, is that when governments fall apart, when you have a Trump effect, when you have international law and order falling apart, when the political elite no longer can drive the country, can no longer sit for diplomatic engagements, you will truly rely on the relations that the communities have with each other. An example, the Orange Basin, is it Orange Basin that you are referring to? And now it's a shared resource between Namibia and South Africa. But then there's a historic relationship between Namibia and South Africa at a political level. But also you can really read this as at the people level, where an office, I heard recently that an office a political office of a political group in Namibia and the political office of a political group in South Africa used to share space when, few years back, I think in the 70s, in Nigeria, in order to advance the causes of freedom in these two countries. Such that after 1994, these two countries, instead of fighting for some border and resource areas and issues along the borders, they relied on those relations. That look, we're not going to fight about this. We should just allow each other to access the Orange River, so that we don't have to cut a border and cut a river in the middle, and all those things. And as we are looking at international dynamics currently and the changing of political allegiances, you can see the importance now where you'll have to rely on ordinary citizens and people to make sense of the world, of the media, of the political world that is happening. And then the importance of the African diaspora. Again, I've referred to, I had an experience when I went to Zanzibar, when I was served different kinds of fish, which I've never seen before, and some of it looked like it's going to devour me instead of me eating it. It's like, and the relationship that people have beyond faith and beyond just, macroeconomic level with their maritime sector. And then you come to South Africa, you realize that that is non-existent. So changes like exchanges between these communities across the globe would not be a matter of only tourism. It will also be a matter of strategic growth within the sector. And again, freer agents like the chamber that can develop and assist its own entrepreneurs could be used as part of the strategic partners that can advance the sector in that regard. And that's all I'm here to talk about. So the future of South Africa's maritime industry holds vast opportunities, but also presents notable challenges. To fully unlock its potential, stakeholders must collaborate and invest in infrastructure, embrace innovation, and implement policies that support long-term growth. The success of the maritime sector will not only benefit the economy, but also position South Africa as a leader in global maritime landscape. And we do this leading by not cohesion. We do it by conversing and engaging people and engaging the sector across board, especially from the continent through and its diaspora. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Again, yeah, we hope to engage later.
Thank you, Alwam. Thank you, Alwam. Very enlightening. He ate a lot of fish, eh? A lot of fish. And the only thing I know about the sea is the weed. What we call it? Seaweed. Not what you guys are thinking about, eh? Seaweed. And that, I'm told, helps you lose a bit of weight. But before I introduce our next guest speaker, I want to share a story with you. Way back, early in the 2010, I think, Shanae was studying, my good friend Shanae. She was studying Communication 101. So this happened, and my good friend was a lecturer. And he was teaching Shanae in the classroom. And he said to her, Shanae, tell me, what is communication? So she had a clever answer. She said, sir, you see, when a young couple get married, in the first month, the wife talks, the husband listens. Second month, husband talks, the wife listens. Third month, husband and wife talks, and the neighbor listens. So she passed Communication 101. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Malwande Nkalishana. Malwande is a dedicated maritime professional, currently serving as the acting manager for the Maritime Advocacy Stakeholder and Communication Department at the South African International Maritime Institute, SAIMI. Yo, that's a long title for a job. With a strong commitment to the growth and development of the maritime sector, he plays a crucial role in advancing industry awareness, fostering stakeholder engagement, and driving key initiatives within SAIMI. In his role, Mr. Nkalishana is responsible for supporting skills development programs, ensuring that emerging professionals are equipped with the necessary expertise to thrive in the maritime industry. He is also active involved in small, medium, and micro enterprises, better known as SMMEs, we like these abbreviations, support programs, with the aim to empower and sustain small businesses operating within the maritime value chain. Additionally, Malwande leads efforts to enhance maritime awareness initiatives, working to promote a greater understanding of the sector's opportunity and significance. His contribution to shape a more inclusive and dynamic maritime industry in South Africa, fostering innovation, education, and sustainable growth. With a passion for maritime advocacy and community engagement, Malwande continues to make a meaningful impact in shaping the future of the sector, ensuring that it remains a key driver of economic development and transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hand together and welcome Malwande. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure if this thing, is it working? Yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm nervous. I don't know. Yeah, so maybe that's why I can't even hear myself on this. Yes, I think this one is working. I was not nervous, I think. No, thanks so much once again. Malwande Nkalishana is my name and surname. I definitely work for the South African International Maritime Institute. When I listened to you when you were introducing me, I wanted to say, no, must stop it. This thing is too long. But it's written, so might as well just wait for you. We are very patient. I am not going to be long, neither I will be tall, because I am short. I will just present on what was asked of us to do at SAIMI, and that we must present on the work that we have done in respect of the skills audit that we had conducted, and subsequently the interventions that we had done in respect of those skills audit that we had done. I'm using this tablet, so yes, thank you so much. So just briefly, surely many of you already know what SAIMI is and when it was established, but for the benefits of those ones that do not know, SAIMI was established in 2014 by the Department of Higher Education and Training and the South African Maritime Safety Authority, which is SAMSA. And the mandate of this institute, 10-year institute, is really to promote the maritime industry. That is what we call maritime advocacy. That is to promote awareness of the maritime sector in South Africa. This is really to Olwam what we're saying, that many people, they are not aware of the sector and the opportunities that comes with it. And as a skills development institution, we have a responsibility not only to train people, but also to show them where are these opportunities. So the maritime advocacy part of it comes out of that. And because we are also responsible for the coordination of skills development, you cannot then say people, they must come into the sector without knowing these skills. So you've got to go to them and create that kind of an awareness, hence the maritime advocacy. And you cannot also say people who are wanting to come from as SMMEs and participate in the sector that just come without giving them, a sense of what is it that they are coming into. So that's why we also speaking about the maritime advocacy. But really, the last part of our mandate is on maritime research, innovation and technology. So you would appreciate that the research that we do is mainly to support, the skills development in the industry. So that is our cycle must be a closed cycle in a sense that when we train or we coordinate the training, the skills that we identify or the interventions that we do, we are not thumb-sucking, but we are scientific in such interventions because they are an outcome of a scientific research that was conducted. So today we're asked to present some of the skills audit outcomes in respect of the skills gap that were identified by the research skills audit that we had conducted at SIME. And really the reason why we had done that, you would appreciate that the oceans economy became a buzzword insofar as the 2014 is concerned. It was heightened. And it was at the peak of the having that Operation Pakisa in South Africa. You can see from the screen the areas that were identified by the Operation Pakisa as the key economic drivers to support the economy of South Africa through the oceans economy. So a number of them I mentioned, your aquaculture all the way up to fisheries. Well, fisheries was not included on Operation Pakisa. What was included is from small harbor up to aquaculture on top. So fisheries was added later on. And in the master plan now that is underway by the DFFE, the fisheries were included it as part of the subsectors. And I would reason and say part of the reasons why it was not included on the Operation Pakisa, it was because it was seen as a matured sector and therefore it did not need any form of being included into it. But the results on the ground are showing something differently. And I think that's why now we are including it in the master plan. Now, I had just also spoke about this. So this skills audit, so skills were identified, of course, as a constraint to the economic growth across all Operation Pakisa Oceans Economy Labs by the Department of Higher Education. So that responsibility of coordination of the skills was given to the Department of Higher Education. Then Department of Higher Education gave that responsibility to SAIMI. And then through our engagements as an organization or as an entity, we had seen that there is a need to undertake, skills development analysis or skills gaps analysis in the country. So hence today we'll be presenting some of those skills audit that we had undertaken since we were born as an entity. But I thought it's important not only to speak about the skills development, skills or the skills audit that we had undertaken. Can you just pass through on this one, this slide? Yeah. But to really take you through at least for some of the initiatives that we are undertaking at SAIMI. So if you can see on top, this is where we are now. We are called to present on this area today, but we can't present it outside the other areas. So we thought it's important just to give you a snapshot of what is it that we do at SAIM. So the creation of a maritime skills knowledge base. So we're saying we are not wanting to thumb-suck when we do the interventions, but rather let's conduct the skills audit to inform our training interventions. So to that effect, we had conducted this skills audit on aquaculture, small harbor, marine manufacturing, oil and gas, and then in the Northern Cape, were done on the coastal and marine tourism, your marine protection and ocean governance, fisheries and maritime transport. So we've done this skills audit. Those documents are huge documents. They are available on our website. So at the end of this presentation, I'm going to share the presentation, but also a link to specifically those skills audits so that we can have a sight of it. So here I'll just be presenting high level of what is identified as the skills gaps into those skills audit, right? So if you look here, these things are not happening outside of the promotion of the maritime research and innovation. Because the skills audit are an outcome and a function of the research work that we do. So that's why I'm wanting to show you the work that we do. But outside of this skills audit that we've done, you would have seen that these are the focus areas at the moment, and we've got experts that are leading from a research perspective point of view on all of these areas. We've got an expert on maritime information and technology. So if there's anyone who's requiring such information in relation to MIT, we are a center for you to come and get that information. Maritime indigenous knowledge systems, oil and gas and alternative energy, ocean governance, maritime education and training. Good enough, we've got one of the experts in this maritime education and training in respect of the seafaring. Voice is leading that department at SAING. Maritime economics, on maritime economics, you would have seen that on Operation Pakistan, they spoke about 177 billion injection into the sector, to the economy, and so many jobs. So those people are the ones that are quantifying the value of oceans economy into the country. So we have one, Professor Stephen Hoskin, I think he's in UJ. He's one of the experts into the sector. Promotion of the SMME participation in the sector. Sometime last year, we just released outcomes of the research that was conducted at SAIMI on the value chain of the oceans economy. So I would implore you to also go and consult SAIMI website to have a look of all of the subsectors of oceans economy in terms of the value chain. That is where you can enter into the sector. So what identified in that research work. But quickly running as well, so we also host the research chairs on naval architect and design now, community of practices on oil and gas and aquaculture, marine robotics center at UCT and Nelson Mandela University. This is what is also we're doing. It is also related on this one on skills development. I think I'll talk about it later on. But quickly moving on the skills education and training programs. We've got a National Seafarer Development Program headed by Mr. Lagavu, but I'll speak about it later here. Promotion of industry linkages, boat building programs. I'll also speak about it here. Olwami are talking about the Falls Bay College. We'll present here about the intervention that we've done because that work forms part of the marine manufacturing that we've done. So qualification and curriculum development, you would have seen, I'm going to present, you would have seen last year maybe, the UKZN, we are supporting in terms of developing a teacher qualification program because at the basic education level, we've got quite a few numbers of teachers that are qualified to teach. And on the other hand, the department is continuing to increase the number of maritime schools throughout the country. So those schools sometimes they get to have a problem of the teachers. So that teacher development program is meant, one, for those ones who are wanting to teach at the basic education level, maritime studies, to enroll to the program. But also the problem, Malcolm, you also know, at higher education level, they're struggling in relation to getting qualified, competent lecturers, for which you do have people who are qualified. But the question really is about the requirements of the institution insofar as what is that you are required to have in terms of teaching versus what you get in return as a remuneration. So now we're battling with the lecturers with lower qualification, and the university pays them on the basis of the low qualification level. And in the industry, these guys are earning serious money. So we've got to close that gap, and the only way is not through the subvention program that we're providing, but also upskilling of the lecturers to get qualifications that get them there. So on Aquaculture Demonstration Center, so we support these ones. I'll speak about it as well. This is part of promoting the maritime industry and also getting the personnel into the sector. Training of small-scale fisheries, skippers to support the fishing industry, both at commercial level and as well at the small-scale level. On the capacity development side, you'd see the TVET capacitation. I'll speak about it later. The bursary schemes, emerging researchers, support teacher qualification, which I spoke about. And also, this one also speaks to the advocacy work that we do as well. Because a number of times in our communities, you'd find that the local municipalities as a center for implementation of the programs, your LED officials, they don't know what to do to support people who are wanting to enter into the industry. And because they don't have at least basic knowledge to understand the maritime industry or the oceans economy to assist them. And in some instances, your traditional leaders becomes on one end a stumbling block, but on the other hand, fighting for them to be included. So to have that kind of advocacy-related program to create an awareness on these activities, it kind of help in terms of enabling the implementation of certain programs. So this is just some of those things. But let me quickly run to what we're asked to present here. Okay? So I did indicate the number of areas that we had done the skills audit on. And the first one that I'm just going to present on is on oil and gas. So if you check here, I just took 4 areas from the skills audit. Engineers, geoscientists, and managers is but one of the skills gap that were predicted or that we had on the skills audit. That is, if you are a training provider and you are wanting to provide training programs and you are wanting to train people not for the sake of training, but with the interest for them to get employment and so on, you should consult those skills audit from SIME, because you're not going to be training people who are going to be redundant. That's what we do. So technical, so under that one, you'd see under civil, structural, electrical engineers, mechanical, on maintenance, engineering, drilling, wells, control center engineering, geoscientist, and all of those areas. I'll share the presentation for you to get the detail. Under technical professionals or technicians, you'd see mechanical technicians. The beauty about this slide is that we have even the percentage of what is required and what we have currently and what is the gap. So it does kind of help. So you will see all of those areas. So on artisan and trade and crafts and entry level, you will see here on civil and structural engineering, hospitality, catering, security, drillings, and so a detail of this, because this table is a summary. So if you go to the skills audit, you'll read in detail. So I can't present the entire, because I'll take a day for me to present the entire skills audit here. So for me, it's just to give you a snapshot so that you can go and consult the document. So that is what we have under oil and gas, Let me quickly move to marine manufacturing. 45% of all employers organizations that were surveyed in this study belong to the category air vessels, construction, and repairs. You would see the skills gap in this one. On the engineering and skills design, here are the numbers similar to that presentation that I made. So I think it's important for you as training providers present in the room and the employers who are looking for people, you can have a look into this. So this one explains in detail on all of these areas that we are saying that the an outcome of the skills audit that we had conducted. So you can have a look on all of these areas: engineering skills, specialized knowledge in equipment and design, construction, and so on. So on the aquaculture side, managers and experts in the industry were asked to comment on whether they perceive to be scarce within the industry. And these are the areas that they spoke about: management skills, business skills, practical skills, knowledge and technical skills, and all of that up to the lower levels. So again, the detail is on the skills audit. So I thought it's important just to highlight at high level the areas that are considered to be critical skills. This is aquaculture skills report. So on coastal and marine tourism, if you see here, so coastal and marine tourism is a fluid industry. Fluid industry. So in it, some of the skills in it are not necessarily that you require training. It's quite, some of them it's on the job training. But really what we did with the skills audit, it just gives you the types of businesses that are operating within the coastal and marine tourism space, and it would then tell you what would then be required of the people to work in that areas. So here, these are some of the skills: basics, mechanics for maintenance, beverage stocking and knowledge on beverage, cash handling, category C skippers, which were done. I'll also speak about that one later on, which were done. You would see all of those areas up to marketing, maritime safety, marine biology, and so on. So these are some of the critical skills and soft skills that are required within the coastal and marine tourism space. So if you go to fisheries, I did indicate about the fisheries because it was considered to be a matured sector. That's why it was not included. But in our interaction with the industry, we had found out that there's quite a number of gaps in it. And part of those gaps are not only in relation to the skills, but are also about the inclusion of the historically disadvantaged groups, the inclusion of the young people into it from a training point of view. And part of it, Mr. Malcolm, you'd remember, I'm not sure if you were in your office at Titamvu, the discussion about the aging of the workforce within the fishing industry, your skippers in particular. So it's one of the critical areas that we had spoken about, which requires a concerted effort in terms of ensuring that we have those aging workforce being complemented. So really on the fishing industry, there's a technical side of it. You know, your seafarers both on the engine and the deck side, and also all other categories in it. But also some of the skills that are really required on the fishing industry, it's those ones that are on the packaging and all of that. But those ones you learn are on the job learning programs that you can actually work on. Now, if you go to the maritime transport sector, so the identified skills there, the gaps in seafarings were indicated to apply not only to the crew for specific vessel types or cargoes, but also a need for thorough training of ratings on international seagoing ships. The skill shortage was further reported in marine engineering, pilotage, and vessel navigation, such as limited number of chief engineers and master mariners. These shortages were indicated to highlight the complexities within the maritime industry value chain, which were reported to extend to industries such as automotive equipment supply. Electricians for the maritime industry were singled out with the importance of prioritizing training and exposure to marine transport requirements, emphasizing for individuals to bridge the gap in the skills from land-based applications. You see, Umvuisi will speak more on this one when his time arrives elsewhere, because he does some conversions of your electricians. You called ETOs, your ETOs. Yes. So this, and also part of what was indicated on the skills audit, I think it's important to mention the last point on this bullet point. So maybe when we speak about intervention, you ask, why are we not talking about the intervention that were done on artisans? Artisans were also identified as some of the areas. If you look at the oil and gas that I spoke about on top, and also on marine manufacturing, mainly some of those skills are on artisan level. And because we are an entity that is, listening to the funders, we were informed that we are not mandated to provide any training on artisan development programs. So those ones we are giving it to you to handle them because we don't have a mandate to really act on them. But it's important to put it out there for the industry to know what is it that is needed. So if you look at the boiler makers, your electricians, your welding, your rigging, and all of that are some of the skills that are required. Actually, the top 5 in the marine manufacturing and oil and gas. So some of the further gaps that were recognized in the skills audit on maritime transport sector. So it's the limited number of entrepreneurship venturing. So that's why we had to have the value chain study so that we're able to give people a full picture of what the sector looks like. A lack of incubation measures, and part 2 of that value chain study was really to look at the incubation measures that can be done for those ones who are interested to venture into the maritime sector through the transport space, to be assisted to get into the businesses of the sector. The other one is the shortage of work placement opportunities for those seeking employment in the sector. So this one is twofold, say. The seagoing side and the land-based side. I think on the last, maybe after this slide, I'll be speaking as well about the seagoing side, where we struggle on the placement of it. And also on the land-based side, there's quite few we struggle to place, because part of what we should be doing is not to train, but to train, you are able to place you, and that leads to employment. So I'll speak about that one. Soft skills, it's a gap that was also on seafarers. I'm not sure, I think, you're the only one. Is there any other seafarer in the room? Matilosh, yes. I'm informed that seafarers, they are lacking on the soft skills. Is that true? So you confirm? Okay. Vu, I'm told that's what the research says. So I suppose if you are confirming, it means the research is authentic. So it means we are doing a good job. Okay. So those are some of the skills that are required on the on the seafarers. I don't have to go into details, but I think here, if we check on the measures on what we did on maritime transport, this is Voices Department at work. You would have seen that it was said on the skills audit that there is a shortage of your engineers, your seafarers, your marine engineers, and all of that. So part of what we are doing, we are running or we are managing a seafarer development program managed by the gentleman Mvuyisi Tlakavu there. So you have seen these are the ranks on both on the engine side and on the deck side. So part of the work that we do, the students would go to CPUT, CPUT, DUT, Mandela University, and some in colleges, Follows College, and some that we take on those engineering college and put them, when they complete their academic component of their qualification, they need to go to the vessels at sea for them to do the sea time. In our language on this side, we would call it an apprenticeship or in-service training, because the sea time component becomes part of a full qualification. So if you don't have that sea time, CC wins a LLB, if you don't do your articles, your LLB is just a paper, right? So that is the case with them as well. For you, you need to be admitted. They also need to be admitted. Their admission, they need to go at sea and do their sea time and come back, do orals, the same way you go and write your board exams. So that's what we. So where do we play the role in that space? On our end, what we do through the agents that we work with, we facilitate for them to get the vessels in order for them to do the sea time. For because a Malwande from Ngobo would not have a sight or an understanding or have a knowledge of the ships from UK and all of that, the relationship. So we become a midpoint in that regard, not only to facilitate for them to get the beds, which is a space for them to do the training, but also to fund the program up until they qualify. So Mvu will give you the figures of that. On the engine side, we almost pay about R1 million for one person to complete. And then on the deck side, almost pay up to 800,000 for you to complete. And part of that is for the duration of you pay for your stipend, pay for your victuals, pay for your PPE, we pay for all the documentation that you would require. So that's one of our flagship programs that we do at SAIM. So our intention, Program Director, I'm not sure if I'm eating much of your time. 5 minutes, okay. So these were just some of the categories. We're also interested on going to the ratings, which I'll speak about it later. Let me just quickly run. Okay. So I just spoke about this one. This is what we had done. So from 2021 up to December 2024, we trained 481. You can multiply that by million times 421 and see how much we have spent in terms of the training on this one. So if you were to count it back again from 2021 back to 2014, we've trained over 2,000. So you'd count those millions times 2,000, how much we have spent in that 2 billion. Okay. Mostly are employed. So our intent is really to train for employment. We can't spend money and you just go and sit at home. So that's the work that we do. So our intention really now is to go to the lower level of those at the ratings level. So our intention is really to enroll even the TVET colleges and recruit from the TVET colleges. And PE is one of the centers that we had identified. Kaya College in particular. We're interested to go into it and get these ones, So that's kind of the work that we do. On fisheries, Malcolm, we've partnered with you quite a number of things on the DFFE and all of those courses that were done. Net mending, FADI, who's responsible for representing FADI here? You can also account for the numbers that were put through your program. But we're still needing more on the employment side on that program. And would like to plead with you to really take that into account because we don't want to train for the sake of training. So if you look here, sometimes I become ashamed when I speak about this one because we say there's 4 that were employed. And that number is not looking good. So we need really to talk about that one on net mending. On aquaculture, I spoke about it. On the aquaculture side, you've got the difficult with it. There's quite few people, if there are any, who are known to be aquaculture specialists. And the centers that are supposed to be providing such training, it's the ones that were battling with the accreditation. So we're assisting those aquaculture demonstration centers now. The Donane, the Eastern Cape, Harib in the Free State. So that's part of the work that we're doing in terms of assisting the aquaculture space. So this 5 minutes is really bothering me. Yes. So on coastal and marine tourism, I did indicate that this is a fluid industry. So sometimes some of the skills that you provide for it are also relevant also for the fishing industry. Your day skippers and so on, you need them in that part. So we're just done. I think we only started to action some of these things late last year which we started on kayaking and lifeguarding, some of the activities that were done in that regard. So there is in March that we did on the coastal and marine tourism, but it is an area that we're interested to go further with it. And part of where we're interested, Malcolm, I think we did speak about this as well last year, if I'm correct, is really to push, because the intent is not just to have a training program, but really is to address the socio-economic issues, your poverty, your unemployment, your drug use, and so on. You made an example about a woman that killed because she could not, afford to feed the kids. Really, the training programs that we're wanting to do, it must be programs that are addressing those issues back at home. That's why now we're accelerating, moving with the cruise liner training program, because we know there's a guaranteed employment on that one. It's expensive exercise to do, but it's what we're doing. And now we had started on the 6th now of February. The other group is coming here for final interviews with a Disney cruise line. Right after that, we're paying fully for that one. Right after that, we're subjecting them to all the processes. But by October, they must go join those cruise ships and get those serious employment. And they get paid about $3,000 a month. That's about 54 to 55,000 a month. So that's something that we're willing to invest on, because that intervention on one family would become a source of inspiration for other families within the area. And that person would become a reference point. So that's what we're trying to do, to change the mindset of the people and to change the livelihoods of the people. So that's really the work that we are doing. Here, if you can see the pictures, here I was in a cruise liner program in Bedford and Cookhouse, recruiting there sometime last year. Just now, on Tuesday, we were there doing interviews, and we're successful in getting 15. They're coming on interviews, again, final interview of Disney, and they are going to pass all of them. They're going out there. You can imagine the change that they are going to make in that community. So that's the work that we do, which we think we need all the partners to really be on board in doing this work. Yacht and boat building. You spoke about Olwam. So we're done a training at Falls Bay College, and we're intending to enroll another group just now. The intention of us going to yacht and boat building, and the unfortunate part, Malcolm, which I think from TITA point of view and everyone in the room, is that in the Eastern Cape, there's no training provider on yacht and boat building. They're in Cape Town. You go to Falls Bay College. After that, they go to Robertson and Kane and all of that. And we don't have it here in the Eastern Cape. And it's something that we should be also looking into it, because there's quite a number of jobs in there, in that space. So yacht and boat building or manufacturing is also related to coastal and marine tourism, because the super yachts that are being produced in the country, they go out in the world, and we're the biggest producers and sellers of the super yachts. So it's a space that we should be really looking into it. We will share this presentation so that you can have a look into it. So on the small harbour development, we've done some training in the Western Cape space, 20 officials, but in this one we're also working for those small harbours. So the training was focusing on the skipper's license to enhance the professional skills. And so that's part of the work that we're done in terms of the intervention. And all of the interventions that were done here are a direct outcome of the skills audit that were conducted. So we did not take anything outside the skills audit. It is because it is something that it is in that document. So if we don't action what is in that document, who's going to trust the authenticity of that document, and who's going to do it? So that's why we're doing it on ourselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is, I think, almost the last slide that we're done on marine protection and ocean governance. So we trained, the DFFE had established a water monitoring unit in Wusu, and part of it, it was to support, of course, the ocean governance and marine protection. So we trained them, the skippers for them, in that part of the world, to equip them in order for them to do this kind of the work. And then also with the DFFE, the peace officers that were done, and the good thing about all of the training that were done in this instance was more about helping them to be efficient in doing their jobs, because these are already employed people in this regard. So our intention is really to go to those that are unemployed into the communities, and that's what we are wanting to do, because we're intending to create jobs through the skills development program. So I want to assure you that we are committed in supporting the ocean's economy, and we're committed to work with all the industry players in, of course, ensuring that we increase all the efforts to ensure that skills development becomes the center of all our intervention in supporting the ocean's economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mwande. Any questions from Mwande before I let him go? That was quite a lot of figures, eh? 481 million plus 2 billion is equal to like 2,481 million. A lot of it. But ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the stage where if there's no questions, before I let you go, no, you can go, Mwande. Are you presenting? Do you have a question? Sorry, sir. There we go. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Good day, everyone. I just wanted to make a comment on the seafaring side of things, with which Malwande shared with us. As you would know, sometimes I think the buzzword with the maritime economy, can you guys hear me? Yeah. Is that people think this thing is new in South Africa, or seafaring is new in South Africa. I'm not sure if many of you would know, we had government fleets, like your submarines and your unicorns, which through, the economy or global economy, it happened that we had to lose some of that government fleet. So part of the work that we do is to go out to industry, global industry, and request these guys to come and recruit South African seafarers, which it's an expensive exercise, but it's also an exercise, a fruitful exercise at the end of the day, because one, we have seafarers who are trading globally. And, on the big ships, some of them, when you see the big ships coming in here, we have South Africans on board as seafarers there. So it's not a new thing, this maritime in South Africa, or even the seafaring in South Africa. So I just thought I should make that point, Chair, in terms of emphasizing that we have the history. We need to plan properly for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
I've got a question. Thank you. Just one question on my side. The name is Nande Meshe of Meshe Attorneys. I'm also a notary public, and my interest is in respect of the authentication part of things. When it comes to placement of your seafarers, you mentioned that you place them for global placements as well. So part of that would also comprise of authenticating the documents that you'll need for them to get the placement. So I just wanted to check, because my understanding is that there are very few black notary publics. So how do you deal with that aspect in terms of transformation to ensure that you do have black notaries in that space attending to the authentication and verification of all the documents that you'll need for any requirements that come with the process? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Vo, you want to take it? Okay.
South Africa is subsidiary to the IMO. I think Dineo can vouch for that. She's from SAMSA. So SAMSA is the authority that is responsible for all of the accreditations, and of course all the legislature when it comes to your Merchant Shipping Act and your regulations when it comes to seafaring. So we have a structure. They are represented at the IMO, which is the International Maritime Organization, which looks after all the member states that are involved in seafaring. Dineo, you want to chip in there on what the work that you do as SAMSA in terms of making sure as the maritime administrator in the country, in terms of vetting, in terms of the accreditation, and making sure that regulation is implemented, and also, I can think.
Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mvu. Ms. Nandi, this is Dineo from SAMSA. SAMSA is the South African Maritime Safety Authority. We actually have the 3 mandates to protect the sea and increase the maritime interests. So one of our mandates is to make sure that everything is in compliance with the International Maritime Organization. So every seafarer around the world from South Africa is registered with us at SAMSA. So then we make sure that we follow all the regulations through the IMO's requirements. So there will be nothing that will be lacking on their side for accreditations.
Okay, maybe let me also add, or should we give you a chance? But on this point, I think your point is mainly about, if I get you correctly, is in 2 ways. One is an inclusion of black lawyers in the space. The second part is an inquiry on the or Slungu Betunok section. Yes, that's the word, yes. Now, I think the seafaring space is a global space. 2, it is regulated globally. The regulatory body is IMO. Each member state has got an authority or a regulatory authority. In South Africa, the regulatory authority is the South African Maritime Safety Authority. So all the seafarers, once you become a seafarer, you will have to have a license issued by SAMSA. That license is in compliance with the IMO STCW regulations, right? Now, if you are asking issues of authenticity in relation to seafarers at a country level, the entry point would be SAMSA. But that is not done in isolation of the STCW regulated at international level. So the regulation of the sector itself is not at a country specific. Rather, the country complies with what is being required by the global standards from the IMO. So that's how things are. But in relation to having your law firm being a participant into the maritime industry, I think that conversation maybe is a conversation of perhaps your law firm to look at the specifics on which area you want to focus on as a lawyer in the maritime industry. So I think it's a different question in this regard. But I accept your point that perhaps there would have been a need for you to be involved. But I think the key point is at what level you are wanting to be involved into the sector. Okay? Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
There was a hand there.
I'm getting all my steps in.
Because we're just from still February, Valentine's month. So must start with it, but that hand has always been up for the longest time. Yes, month of love, spread love. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Risha Augustus. I'm from Fisheries Management, DFFE, from the Monitoring, Control and Surveillance Unit, which is the Marine Law Enforcement arm of the department. My question is actually regarding training, and I try to find it, and I don't know if I missed it. In terms of tertiary level, if you want to enter into the maritime studies, I heard you spoke about marine robotics and the marine engineering, but do you have other entry level courses? Because I know I do have one official that is currently doing a honors in maritime studies, but I'd love to know what is the courses that entry level courses you have in terms of tertiary level. We do have some young people sitting here that has been trained by Sahimi, and we are very grateful for that. And also some of them we brought with us so that they can see what career initiatives there is, because it's no use we train people and then they don't go anywhere. So thank you very much for your presentation on that. Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you so much. I think let me just take them as they come. So, at tertiary level, I would assume the tertiary would mean the post-schooling education level. And we are not I think it's important to raise this point, we are not a Eastern Cape based organization. We just have offices in the Eastern Cape at Nelson Mandela University. We operate throughout the country. We're a national entity, that's one. Two, in terms of responding to your questions, what are the qualifications at entry level, at tertiary education level? What we spoke about, the maritime studies, nautical studies at DUT, CPUT, marine engineering at Nelson Mandela University, at Mfolozi College, marine engineering as well program in there. Those are one, entry levels into the seafaring side of things. Secondly, there are other qualifications that are not seafarer related, but are within the value chain of the maritime industry. You talk about your logistics, your maritime economics, and all of that. So at that level, there are colleges that I know they do. There is one in Free State, Moteo College. There is one in KZN, South Coast College. It's called South Coast College. Coastal College, yes, that does this qualification. And there's also a number of other private institutions that are providing those entry-level qualifications into the maritime industry. And some of other qualifications you'd enter into a general program, such as economics, logistics, but as you progress with it, you specialize on maritime economics, on logistics, and so on. So at tertiary level, those are some of the qualifications. But at tertiary levels, it's categorized into two. You'd have an undergrad, you'd have a postgrad. At postgrad level, at Mandela University, I know there is from postgrad up to the master's level programs on maritime studies, and there's a postgrad in maritime studies, then there's MPhil in maritime studies, there's an triple M maritime management masters. Then there's also the fourth one, maritime law at Mandela University. The Forte, it does have maritime law. At DUT, it has a postgrad in maritime studies. And UKZN has got a postgrad maritime studies as well as a master's in maritime studies, UKZN. And UCT shipping law, and then you would have other. Now with this maritime, it's broad, because others they would come in on marine science side, your marine biologists, your oceanographers, and so on. So there's quite a number of entry levels into it. So I would assume more on the fisheries side, it's guys that would go on the compliance side if they want to go on the law side. It's guys that would go on the marine science side, going to your oceanographers and all of that. So they are within that field. And I do know at Mandela University, the oceanographer side, they do have it.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we'll take Kolani as the last question.
Yeah.
If you were going to give me the mic first, she's my manager, so I was going to say no. I'm a fisheries control officer. My name is Jolani, the Food Department of Fisheries. My question is, when it comes to these interventions you do, especially those other one kayaking and everything, do you have an age restriction? Do you have a level of qualification or level of education in those, or you just follow the demographics and the area where you do that intervention?
Entry requirements.
Okay. So in terms of mostly the interventions that we do are youth targeted interventions. And because if you were to take, for an example, on your kayaking and all of that, the age restriction would be, I would not cap it at 35 as per se. Because people who are 35, 36, 37, up to 45, they are still fresh people that can still do work. So it depends on the nature of that qualification. For an example, on the seafaring side, if you are 25, you are disadvantaged, you know. And if you are to check, for an example, the training on cooperatives, you can't take those guys and say, if they are 40, say 45, because not only the age, the health part of it is also important. They won't be able to be, let's say, if I train you as on the PST, for an example, you are 50, 55 years, I expect you to jump on the pool. Are you going to survive? So it's quite a minute number that can enter into that space. So we're also limiting that part. So it depends on the nature of that training program that we do, where we determine the age. Sometimes it's an industry issue, sometimes it's a health-related issue.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. After all the acronyms we get, we had DFFE, SAIMI, SAMA, SAMA, IMO. It's now time for TEA. Let's take 15 minutes and be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. of the Maritime Chamber in Port Elizabeth. Welcome, sir. Your presence graces us this morning. I thought, you guys had quite a bit of numbers this morning. So I wanted to see if you guys are still, with it. Are you awake? So, I always like to test these things because I've given you some numbers up there and I managed to predict the final answer. So I'm going to play a little game with you again. Now, I can't divide this room into two because we've got 3 desks, but I'm going to do down here. You guys are on one team. Down there, you guys are in another team. So, it's very simple. I want you guys to think of a number. Each one of you will think of a different number, but think of simple numbers because we're going to go through a bit of hoop. A couple of hoops we're going to jump over. The budget speech never happened yesterday? That's because of the 2%. So think of easy numbers. So you guys think of a number, and you guys think of a number, just simple numbers. Take your number and double it. You doubled it, you've got an answer. Take you guys here, you add 20 to it, you guys add 10 to it. You have an answer. Now take your answer and divide it by 2. You have an answer. Now minus the original number you thought about. You guys, your answer is 10. Yeah, you see, I can read your mind. I'm watching you. And you guys, Mr. Sonti, I can read your mind too. Your answer is 5. Right or wrong? Serious. So remember, I can read your minds. I can see it. And this is true. I'm going to show you a thing after lunch when we do come back. But so much of the games for today, because I think I've got a very important man to come up that's going to grace us with the next. I said to him I'll give him an hour. But he's got some real fantastic stuff to share with you. With over 20 years of dedicated service at the TITA, which is called Transport Education Training Authority, Malcolm Alexander has been at the forefront of skills development, particularly in supporting small businesses and the fishing sector. His strategic leadership has played a pivotal role in expanding TITA's impact, significantly increasing the number of maritime sector mandatory grant employers from approximately 45 to over 200. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a 400% increase. Wow, I got my math right, I hope. Malcolm's expertise is backed by a master's degree, which means he knows a lot, which has enriched his ability to drive workforce development and industry transformation. As the regional manager for the Eastern and Western Cape provinces, he continues to champion initiatives that enhance skills training, economic empowerment, and sustainable growth within the transport and maritime industries. His unwavering commitment to capacity building has not only strengthened businesses, but also created opportunities for individuals to thrive in a competitive economic landscape. Through his leadership, TITA remains a key enabler of skills development and industry advancement in South Africa. Whilst I had a brief chat to Malcolm, I got this from him, his management ethos: changing lives every day, believing a better world is possible. Not many get the privilege to transform people's reality daily, but he embraces that responsibility with purpose. Every year is another opportunity to make a meaningful difference. He firmly believes when South Africa stands together, we are world leaders and pioneers. Our strength lies in unity, innovation, and resilience. Instead of fighting amongst ourselves, let's channel our energy into securing our rightful place on the global stage. By working together, we just don't participate, we lead. At the heart of his ethos is impact, collaboration, and vision. Because the future isn't something we wait for, it's something we build. With that, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Malcolm Alexander. I got a bit tongue-tied there. Welcome, Malcolm.
Good morning, all. I just want to say I didn't write that. I'm actually quite bashful now. I relate totally, right? I sent like a two-liner. I've managed to stay out of jail for most of my life. I understand what it's like to be naughty, and I understand what it's like to get a second chance. And I've seen such fantastic development. So bear with me. Transport CEDA, 20 years. So I'm like a toppy, right? I've seen a lot. I've seen multiple initiatives, strategies, etc. May we step along? The first thing I want to discuss with you is, and I'm coming from my perspective, and I understand we all have different perspectives and different views. I first want to put on the table my construct of maritime. We all understand maritime differently. When we say the word maritime, we mean different things. So bear with me while I just place my construct, and then I want to talk through a couple of things, concepts, etc. Right? So Transport CETA, one at 21 seaters. Do any of you work with your seaters? Any of you? Do you have success? So just so you know, there are 21 seaters who provide funding for all the skills we're talking about. The reason why I'm saying 21, boat building doesn't fall under transport. It falls under MERSETA. Bunkering and that will have feet in petrochemical and also transport. So look out for those little subtle differences, but there are 21 government agencies who every year open funding for employed and unemployed at basic skill levels, advanced skill levels, bursaries, and then strategic projects aimed at rural areas as one example. So, right, let's crack along. There's TITA. We blue because I like blue. Right. So in TITA, even though there are 4 modes of transport, we've got 8 units, 8 chambers. And do note, forwarding and clearing, freight handling is not considered part of maritime. In the CETA structure, please carry on. So now I'm going to talk about the water tribe. The reason I like the water tribe is there's no land to fight about. Okay? When you put your foot in that water, you touch every other continent in this earth. A lot of our children are not aware of the opportunities off land. All of their vision is on land. So how do we change that vision? And we change that vision. I'm going to use Muizenberg in the Western Cape because that's where I did a lot of my surfing. If you go to Muizenberg now, it's a small economic hub. And because of that little hub, you'll see there's companies selling wetsuits, companies selling booties, there's companies teaching people to surf, there's coffee shops, there's food shops. Now you've got fashion shops. So suddenly, off a very small water sport, there's a lot of direct and indirect economic opportunities that accrue if we support it. And if you go to Muizenberg, you're going to be really surprised at the demographics riding waves. That's what I mean by water tribe. We must all be comfortable in water. We must know that within the water lies a world of opportunity. And our youth aren't getting that at school, particularly our inland youth. They have no idea of this. And that is where both TITA, Sahimi, do a lot of advocacy. Open up minds. Right, options. So that boat there, Archangel, Royal Cape Yacht Club, 5 years ago, possibly even longer, a guy called Lindani Nchunu walked into my office and said, let's train township kids to sail yachts. I said, what a grand idea. So with Royal Cape Yacht Club and the academy, for 4 years we trained people. 5 were chosen. I'm not talking about, yachting is like an elite sport, right? It's not cheap to buy a yacht. Certainly not cheap to race internationally. We did the training, Alexander Forbes did the marketing. Second over the line, township kids. And you probably wouldn't have heard about it, okay? They're going again this year, okay? Keep an eye out for them. So let's open all aspects of the water tribe. Let's get more people into the water tribe, grow those opportunities. So within that little project, 5 went over the line, but there were up to 80 that had different level skills in it. Some are still sailing. So then we linked some of those up to, say, the sea cadets, so they can help them train to sail. Off that, 2 young gentlemen saw a niche in Royal Cape Yacht Club where there was no maintenance being done on the yachts. So they started their own company, Mo and Malusi. There was 2 guys. We gave them 1 small business development grant. They now employ 8 people. They're now busy expanding again. And that is within a 5-year cycle with very small funding compared to the funding I see being thrown about. Can we pop on again? That's an example. That is with FADI. And that is where we work with the Sea Cadets. You have a Sea Cadet unit right here. What we found is, particularly in low socioeconomic communities, there's very little positive role modeling or opportunities. So by working with an organization like the Sea Cadets, I'm also going to say the Sea Scouts, and I'm going to say the Girl Guides, youth-orientated. Also, youth faith groups as well. Particularly with the Sea Cadets, over the weekends, they come to the base. Some kids, that is the only time they can wash and shower. These are realities we still have in this country, which is a rich country, believe it or not. We make sure they're fed. We make sure they have discipline. So these kids already, from this high, are being taught maritime skills, knot work, first aid, sailing, all that kind of stuff. Most importantly, discipline. So that you are focused, you have a goal, and a way to achieve it. Right, crack along. And again, one more. Commercial diving. We offer commercial diving bursaries. Now, in every project we run, our demographics guide us. The age limit was raised on our seafaring stuff. Entrant for cadets, we are hard on youth because that is the global standard. If we train toppies, you're not going to get there. You're just not. It's not going to happen. But there are other areas we can be more flexible on. A lot of the older fishers, they love telling stories, particularly when there's an audience. So what we try and do is we train up tour guides. We set local site-specific guiding. So that fisherman now, you can go to his house, his wife will cook you a fish. Not that I'm stereotyping genders here. That's how it works in a fishing community. And he will tell the tourist stories of the fish he caught and the time he nearly sank and the engine was on fire. Tourists want authentic experiences. Those are authentic experiences, and they love it. And you can do that in many different areas. In my on weekends, I work as a tour guide on a submarine museum in Simonstown. And I do it because I, first of all, don't get paid. And so it's great. It keeps me out of the pubs and the shops. But more importantly, I can do more career guidance than I do Monday to Friday. Okay? And we need to get to these children young. We need to embed in their minds at a very early age their place in the water tribe. We have secured for them, and we want to bring them in and embrace them. Right. Okay? So that commercial diving, I'll give you an example. We're working with the Hungberg community now. They are well known for poaching abalone. Okay? Decades. I'd actually say it's a traditional fishery in that environment. I'd go that far. That's how long they've been doing it. So we asked the community to choose 5 youth. Those 5 youth, for 6 months prior to training, number one, they've got to be drug-free. They've got to be fit. We have to provide nutrition because they have to be able to take it in the water. Commercial diving is a hard career, highly lucrative, only because you can die on any given minute. You don't earn money, big money, for jobs where you're safe. You earn the big money when you can die. So you've got to be focused. We also know, generally, within 2 weeks, those kids will be returned through a lack of discipline because they've often grown up in homes where there isn't much discipline, or they've grown up in a very low socioeconomic. We prepare for it. So they go back. We have an intervention, the community, the parents, and they go back the second time, and they're generally the best divers. I learned young men stuff up, particularly young men, okay? And everyone gets a second chance. Right, let's go to the next one. Fish and cooks, ships cooks, SAMSA regulatory programs. So you got land training, sea training. We, at the moment, I'm running projects in the region of 550 unique IDs on SAMSA regulatory training. I have employed projects and I have unemployed projects. In our country, when you work with DHET, you have only 2 employment statuses. We've passed that. Very few people are permanently employed anymore, right? It's always contracts, often short-term contracts. In maritime, your contract might be related to a quota of fish, a weight of fish, so many ton. Try explain that when you're doing reporting to DHET. So our fishing fleet, we've been working very closely with. Also, so you got fishing big, what I'm going to call fishing small. Then you got small-scale fishing. Now, small-scale fishing came up about 5-6 years ago. There's about 30,000 people across 3,000 co-ops. The skills need is absolutely massive. We've been working with various organizations to work in certain areas of small-scale fishing. It is a very big project. You'll need more than 21 seaters to fund it. It's that big. Can we crack along? Life-saving. So the other thing we've been doing is life-saving training. Now, all these careers I'm mentioning are sought after globally. And the message we are now putting out to children is, if you look at, what is our economic growth over the last 5 years? It's pretty much flat. You can talk 1%, 2%. Okay, but if you're looking on 100%, there is no change in the line. It is flat. Then we look at how many new jobs there are per year, and then we look at how many people are coming into the workplace every single year. There's a massive mismatch there. So we've now looking, where can we put South Africans globally? If we can't place them here, let them go take their wherever globally, right? At some point, our economy is going to pick up. At some point, we're going to get cargo moved by rail. At some point, we're going to move from 4th into Africa, back up into 3rd into Africa, 2nd, maybe our title of 1st into Africa again. All of that youth would have been away. And I always say to them, you South Africans, steal with your eyes, okay? See how the other people are doing. And then come back. Come back into a senior position. Come back into a growing economy and help us grow the economy more. Because every time the economy grows, everyone benefits. So the Lifesavers story, it's primarily with the city of Cape Town, and they can take in the region of 150, 200 lifesavers a year. We do the training. We train them for both pool lifesavers and surf lifesavers. Surf lifesavers is like the masters of lifesaving. Okay, it's a much harder game. Again, with that qualification, anywhere in the world. A lot of our commercial divers, our African female commercial divers, are absorbed in the Middle East because they couldn't get work here. How's that for wild? Hey, Dubai, oceanariums. They're out there working. Right. So speaking from a CETA perspective, and I want to get this message across because access to funding determines the success of your dreams and goals, right? So I need to tell you how to access funding from a CETA in a simple way as possible so that you understand how to apply, where to apply, when to apply. To number one, cut down your irritations and aggravations, and also cut down on our side. So we obviously have 2 different kinds of funding windows. So a mandatory grant, if your company is registered to TITA and you have a skills development levy number and you submit by the 30th of April a training report and a training plan, 20% of what you pay us goes back. The other 80% we hold for discretionary grants. Okay. For your BEE compliance, it's critical. Large and medium companies largely are involved in that because the BEE compliance is a huge motivator to them to do it. The reason why it's important is your plans tell us who you've trained, what your scarce and critical skills are. What we're most interested on is your scarce and critical skills. If you tell us what you don't have in your workplace, we run projects to address that. So bear in mind, when you apply for funding and you want to train 50,000 people on welding, I'll go, what's your absorption rate? Because we're not training for bums on seats. We're training for absorption. You don't have to absorb here. You can absorb in Namibia. You can absorb anywhere else. As time moves, my personal opinion, not my professional opinion, my personal opinion is we've got an economy issue, not a skills development issue. If you look at this government is massively progressive in skills development. I do not know of any other country that invests so much money in so much training across so many different levels. I'll go on. So, mandatory grant, we got to pay you if you comply. Discretionary grant, we will put out a shopping list. We will list that list. And some of you in this room have applications with us that we're assessing right now. So we put out a shopping list, we put out a funding model, and we say this is the application form, and you've got to apply by a certain date. I can tell you now, we are oversubscribed on applications by thousands. Once we apply the technical criteria, and they're very basic, did you sign your plan? Is the accreditation in date? Does your plan make sense? It drops to hundreds very quickly. It's amazing how the technical compliance is probably going to clear out in the region of 50 to 65%. And it's attention to detail. So that we then left with still more applications than target and budget than we award. We'll then award a project. If you are within my chamber, I will meet with you. I will discuss the project with you before you sign. I will also say, if you steal R1, I will spend $1 million to put you in jail. There'll be no settling. This story of stealing, we must get this out the way now. Okay, because we're chowing our children's, grandchildren's future. We must learn from the past. We must, anyway. Right, so we'll crack along. The reason why I push participation, and I ask you, if you are with a CETA, to please participate with them. We hear from large and medium, because the BEE compliance almost forces them to do it, right? Whether they want to do it with a malicious compliance or with a good heart, they do it. But the small companies don't submit. They don't submit because they don't have HR departments. They don't submit because over time it's become increasingly complex, despite the legislation allowing for a simplified form for small business. So I then looked where from 2015, 2005, right? 2017, I thought, no, man, we're doing the same thing. Every year, participation's not going up. So I projectized it. So then I grew. And then I grew. And then I grew. A lot of small companies registered to Tita's Maritime Chamber can't believe, they call us the Aladdin's Cave, because with fishing companies, the regulatory training comes up all the time. And there's new people coming in. So I would projectize with a project manager. They would work with 50 small companies. I'm busy working with a lady now. She's got 100 small maritime companies in rural KZN. That's the expanded definition of maritime. So somewhere in supply chain, logistics, they're finding little niches, and that lady's helping them. So because of that growth, we suddenly, in our sector skills plan, started hearing the fishing voice. Previously, they were so small, the voice was not heard. Now that we've heard the small fisher voice, one of the other interesting bits out of the sets of data was, on average, they train more than large and medium combined. I also firmly believe the small companies is where our employment opportunities arise in an economy that grows. In a flat economy, all we got is the same size pizza with smaller slices. So what I'm saying is, let's get more pizza. Right. So we got strategic skills, priority actions. Transport sector, this is me just checking everyone switched their phones off. That was an intentional check, obviously not an error. That would be silly, wouldn't it? I don't even know how to work this thing. Oh well. Transport sector transformation measures. How long since 94? Long time. Still haven't addressed transformation. Okay? More so at the top bit. I'm telling you now, if we grow the economy, we'll address it faster. So the moment you got this, we don't have more room. So the only option to swap out is to we got to get more pizza. Fourth, industrial and technological innovation measures, SMMEs, entrepreneurship, short-term measures in response to COVID 2019. I put that up there just for the hell of it. COVID-19's gone, right? Sorry, one back. You know, we talk fourth industrial. We've still got pit toilets at schools. We're talking new skills in automation. We've got moms that kill their kids and hang themselves. I personally do not see automation being a near vision challenge to our country. The challenges we've got and still carry are what are going to make or break us. When I was very privileged to be invited by Sahimi and we went and looked at other countries' cadets, their cadets are in the low 90s. Academic. Where are we? Where does a 30% pass mark get you? Gets you nowhere. That's where it gets you. So we've got these things to sort out, which we haven't sorted out yet, right? So when we get our basic, the more I've gone into this field and the more I'm projecting high-level skills, the more I realize how important basic education is. And within the basic education is when the career guidance comes in. Does anyone have any questions? Sir? Thanks. We'll get along like a house of fire.
Thank you so much. I'd really appreciate seeing that graph where you projectized, you know, skills development and the assistance. I really would like to hear more. What did you do? What were these new things that you've introduced, and how they worked out?
Okay. I just want to crack them like one. Okay, so what's very important for any government person, go sit with your. When you read our shopping list, small business support is one of them. So someone came in and they said, listen, I've been a training provider in this particular coastal town, and it's quite an area, for the following time. These are all my clients. These are all of your clients, but they're so what we set up was, within the project, there were new skills development facilitators that we trained to do the submissions for the small companies. So from the company's perspective, all they did was sign an agreement with TITA, and they then had access to free funding. You would send your people on training, and they'd come back with certificates. That's your admin. Small companies like that. Okay. Your workplace skills plan is done on your behalf in consultation with you onto a system. So we take the pain away from the small business, so the small business can focus on operations, not admin. Business to do my admin. And when I say I speak of government in general. Okay. And we've got a lot of duplicated administrative requirements, right? You're going to get the same question from different government departments in a slightly different format. So if we want to talk automation, one of the first things we should automate is this kind of government regulation and documentation. At the moment, we're primarily Excel-based, and it's manual-based, right? I must say, Home Affairs has got a very good system, a very nice, not Home Affairs, sorry, they're doing all right now, but SARS has showed us that we are able to automate government stuff. Wherever you go, you get asked for a certified true ID. That's what you get asked for, right? So when I look at your certified true ID, I've got no idea if that's a genuine commission of oaths. No way of me checking. All I look at is a stamp. But if I was able to type your ID number in, it reads off Home Affairs and goes, you're legit. I'll go, great, it's a tick. I don't need to check. When your application comes in, it can auto-check with Home Affairs and come through. So we can now start freeing everyone up out of the admin burden and start moving a lot more efficiently. I think a lot of this admin and paperwork pulls us down. I'm not going to lie. If you do our workplace skills plan application and annual training report, you might have to call me once or twice, particularly if you're new, to help you complete it. And if you are new, I insist, I either come to your office or you come to my office. We've got a nice boardroom and good coffee. And I will sit with you and show you how to do it. Because my job is to get you in the game, the water tribe. So that's my one presentation. There's another one, but it's death by PowerPoint. Righto. So I'll call this death by PowerPoint when we just move from PowerPoint to PowerPoint. Did I honestly only get one question? No one? Nobody? I'll go on, give it a go.
Okay, thank you. My name is Uzuki Pusakwe from Umta Developments. What I wish to know, Malcolm, I hear you talk about the small businesses where you have worked with. I take it's with Imarin because
Yeah.
you're responsible with Imarin, but with Tita, like as a whole, do you accept or require WSPs from small companies like the SMMEs,
Yeah.
those who do not meet that bracket? If not, how do you determine the needs of the SMMEs? This is the question that I mostly ask in
Yeah.
throughout the cities. Because the needs or the skills needs are determined from the WSPs. But then if the SMMEs don't submit theirs,
Yeah.
which means the needs that are there are only for bigger companies, and which in most of the time it does not really translate
No, it
to
doesn't.
be the
Doesn't.
same need for SMMEs.
So the needs of small are vastly different to the needs of large and medium. There's different ways we can do it. So the reason I projectized was I wanted to try something different because I realized the standard platform operated by CETAs clearly did not resonate with small companies. I then went and I researched with different small companies why it's not working. Okay, why? And they just said to me, we're fed up with you guys. It's just always admin. It's always paperwork. You change stuff all the time. And I said, just slow down. Let's find a middle road. That's when I realized if we projectize by having a company intermediate as a skills development facilitator, but now you also got to be careful. If the company is lazy and wants to maximize money, they cut and paste across everyone. But I want a diagnostic with every small company, because if I work with you as a small company or you as a small company, I want to address your needs. The other thing is CETAs need to consider asking the small company what they need and then presenting that rather than telling small companies what they need and presenting that. Okay, there's two different approaches there. My Sahimi colleagues mentioned it. Data-based decision making. Okay? Not emotional, data-based. What does the data say? What does the data say makes it work? That's what we do. So that's the biggest change we can make. I am still advocating, both with DHET and with TITA, to have a much smaller system for small businesses. A small online app that you will use that isn't going to take longer than round about 20 minutes and doesn't require you to consult a thesaurus to try and find out what that sentence means. Okay. We, government, have to make it easier for small business to operate. And you've heard government say this for decades, right? But the question is, what have we made easier for small business? So if you look back over 10 years, 15 years, what have we made easier for small business? Pretty much not much, right? I try to work with CEDA, Small Enterprise Development. The companies, we referred to them. I can't remember what they started off at, but it was something like 50 million or even more. And the companies I was dealing with needed 120 grand. They would never be considered. They're just so outside the bracket. Small business, look out for them, help them. If you know any small business in Maritime, tell them to talk to Tita Maritime Chamber. Just go to the website, you'll find us, and we can help. Back to you. That's what happens.
To ask
We got history.
With your permission, Chairperson, how about then? I wanted to ask you, can't you help us then with just the way you did with KZN? For instance, the Maritime Business Chamber, we have SMMEs there. Then the audits can be done from the members of the.
So there's a funding window right now on TITA website, right? It is a special projects window.
Okay.
It defines what we're working with. So they're going to use one of the indicators. Look for rural. It gives you a budget of 1 million. Now that's tidy. You can do stuff with 1 million.
Okay.
Not cars, not houses, things for people. That rural intervention is flexible. We've got two different kinds of projects. We've got unique ID based, which is your bursary, skills programs, that kind of stuff, based at an individual. We've got strategic. Rural is one. R1 million budget. You tell us what rural area you want to work in and what you're going to do. I'm going to go check your maths and your numbers, because I'm not going to pay 80 Rand for a sausage roll if it's 2 Rand average kind of thing, okay? I understand there will be an escalation of costs due to the nature of the environment you're working in. There's going to be increased transport, et cetera, et cetera. That's the one area. There'll also be small business there. There'll NGOs, NPOs. Just have a look at the funding model. The funding model is going to align to whichever area you go into. So if any of you are an MPO, you can get a certain sum of money. My preference, but I don't use this when I make assessment decisions, my preference is to help an organization to first be strong and grow their own skills before we run projects, okay? Often people come with heart, but I know when we hit the road, the complexities of project management are going to cause untold problems. Humans are funny things to manage, eh? I mean, you must know that by now. In the middle of a project, someone goes to go walk about on the beach to find themselves. I've changed my mind. I want to now be a parachutist. So look out for that. So NGOs, CBOs, NPOs, there's a dedicated funding for you that you can apply for, and you tell us what you need. My preference is, particularly if we have not worked with you before, that we strengthen you as the organization, like I've said, right? Because the idea is to leave a strong organization. We don't know how long we'll work with you, but when we're finished working with you, you should be in a better place. If we haven't achieved that, something's gone wrong horribly, right? Yeah. No more. Yes.
Any more questions?
I've got more to say, but...
No, just comment, deadline, 21st of March. The deadline.
31 March is the deadline. All the documents are on the website. So now I'm going to talk to you about how we looked at different things. So you see the cruise liners. Do you know a lot of kids who live in the coastal belt don't even look at the sea? Okay, it's something we've got to change. So at the moment, one cruise liner, MSC Cruises, will take 5,000 per annum. Unskilled, kind of straight out of matric. Tourism and hospitality entrance. Okay? But there is a cost. We have got coastal learners and we've got inland learners. To bring inland learners into the opportunity costs more because of accommodation and transport. But it's worthwhile. Because how are we going to grow the voice inland if we don't bring inland to the sea? And when they go back home and they're going to tell stories of adventures and glory at sea, they will inspire their youth. It ranges between 25 to 50,000 rand a head, depending what kind of person you are, to get you 8 months employment. So we can help the youth with one step into employment for 8 months. And we then say to the youth, for the 8 months you're working at sea, don't sit with the people you know, because that is a fixed opportunity basket. Make new friends and networks with the people you don't know, because that's where the unknown opportunity lies. If you talk to the same people, and if they're South African, you'll tend to learn negative news, right? No South African likes a positive story, it just doesn't sell. So please talk to the people you don't know, because that is where new partnerships and networks are found, new opportunities. The other challenge we got is, if we sign up with an employer and we have one South African go off and go bad behavior and whatever, that can close the door to every other South African. So we're not just placing youth into careers, we are putting South African ambassadors into a global workforce. And all of us are judged by how that one South African behaves. So that is where the discipline is a huge factor. Knowing what you're in for is a huge factor. And a lot of our youth aren't well groomed. So we need to factor in the grooming of them to make sure that we give them the best possible chance at a future in a global environment. That's just MSC Cruises, right? We're now talking to them to look at deck and engineering. Now, if you look at a cruise liner, it's got every single career on it because it floats as a standalone. Law even, I'm sure. Okay, so it now opens us up to many types of occupations on board vessels, even though at this moment we're only using entry levels. But at entry level is where our highest unemployment lies. We have a growing number of unemployed youth, despite 30 years, despite billions of funding, despite, we need to tackle it hard. So I'm just going to ask all of you to think, we're playing a global game. We can fight as much as we want as South Africans. South Africans, we're good at fighting, okay? We've been fighting one another for hundreds of years. We're good at fighting. If you look at Driekus, he klapt dat ek stukkend. So when South Africans fight, you're winners. So let's stop fighting one another and let's fight the world for our global place. And that's what I continually push. If we grow this economy, we are going to solve so many problems. But as long as we're arguing over stuff, we're going nowhere. And every year, we slip further down the ratings. The story with the Middle East. We should see ships lined up here for crew changes, bunkering, victualling, repairs, etc. Are we ready for them? Are we? Can we move cargo by rail? No? We need to fix those things. So when we talk new skills and automation, a big part of my argument is look backwards and ask yourself, what foundation are we coming from? And our foundation is pretty much broken. We've got still so much to fix in this country. I go on, but I think I kind of covered where I wanted to go. 21 seaters, each one an Aladdin's cave of financial possibilities. There will be admin and paperwork, ask my Sahimi colleagues. And actually quite a few people here. So one of the other things we do, Dineo over here is one of our World Maritime University graduates. You go to Malmö, Sweden. You go for about 14 months. A little bit of a different culture. I don't know if you want to chat for 2 or 3 minutes about it, just your opportunity, but what I want to say is, and I don't often tell the students that, the reason you go is to be immersed in an intercultural global university, and it's not standard westernized. Okay, so if you look at the university, South America, India, Bangladesh, all over, right? It's very few of the usual standard Western sort of kingpins. And you start realizing as a South African number one, those 4 other South Africans that are with you are your family. Doesn't matter where they come from. That's the closest thing you got to family. And when they're there, their eyes open into the global environment, the global relationships. Instead of just being so blinkers in this country. Oh, you got it. Danae, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and saying a few words.
Oh, thank you, Malcolm. My name is Dineo Mke from the South African Maritime Safety Authority, SAMSA. I was one of the privileged and honored students to receive a scholarship through TITA and Mr. Malcolm there to go and attend at the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden from September 2023 until November 2024. We were 5 South Africans that received the scholarship. Malmö is a specialized UN university under the International Maritime Organization. And in the World Maritime University, there are different specializations in maritime. I was focused in maritime law and policy, but my dissertation was based in what Saimi does with seafarers. I'm trying to identify the skills that will be needed by the seafarers of the future and how the evaluation methods will differ. In terms of, sorry, Malcolm, would you like me to speak on the experience or what TITA does?
What I'd like to touch on is, did anything change in your thinking pre and post?
Yes, just as you mentioned earlier that you are immersed with different cultures. We had 47 countries represented in the university. So there was a little bit of culture shock on how other countries develop their maritime space. For an example, last week, we had there was an online seminar on maritime trends, similar like this. It was organized by the Philippines. What was interesting was that is how they absorb their graduates from WMU to their maritime sector. All the 4 speakers are WMU alumni. They were presenting on their papers and how to take the maritime industry forward for the Philippines, which is what is currently lacking in South Africa. So if we can look at those kind of countries on how they absorb their alumni and how the maritime sector is growing because of the WMU.
So every year 5 go. And this is how we make our selection. We use demographics. We're looking at middle management. We're looking at employed. We look at strengthening the ties between governments, our government. So when we look at the applicants, we're going to look at some of the target will go to government departments to strengthen government's thinking, and at least one will go to a mariner. Because we have a problem with our universities, which was touched on very lightly, but it gets quite complex. But basically, to present maritime studies, you need to be a qualified mariner. And to be a lecturer, you need to be a qualified teacher. So we either have teachers or mariners. So we need to cross-train a mariner into being a teacher, so when they come ashore, they can work at a university. So we'll always have 1 mariner, and then we'll have 4, which can be government or business. We've got, every year it's hard choosing, because you also know when you're dealing with applications, you're dealing with dreams and hopes. It's a very personal thing. So we make the best decisions we can, and we do it through a panel. Saimi is on the panel, SAMSA is on the panel. So that's an idea of how we're taking South Africans now and putting them to a global place so they can grow, so they can come back and help us grow. We need to start taking our global place. And that's going to take a lot of work from our part.
Any more questions? Sorry, no, Malcolm, stay on. my interest, that's why I put this one on, is I think we talk about the high, the seafarers and things like that. Maybe you can give us an indication on road passenger and taxi. How do we train those people, perhaps? Just give us a thing on it.
Try to louder mic because I'm quite loud. Can I try? Can you hear me at the back? On the mic, yes. Sorry, sir.
There we go, Malcolm.
Right. So you've seen the shift in the last 6 months with Temu and Shein. You've seen the 60/60 scooters. Huh? Checkers. Whole game's changed. Massively. We, maybe not me, but some of you younger ones, and most certainly your children, possibly mine, may never leave their house. You can order everything in, and you can work online. The game has changed massively. So we are running, particularly in road passenger. So road passenger is primarily not high aces, because we've got taxi, right? So within the road passenger, it's still mainly chauffeurs, that kind of thing. But even that, if you think autonomous driving going forward, it's going to take that out. But not in our country and not in 15 years. For a start, I don't think autonomous cars can drive on our roads. I don't. Honestly, we've got to be practical about this. Yes, it's a threat, but it's a long-term threat. Road freight. A lot of our freight now has moved on scooters. Freight has moved from like trucks to much smaller things. So your networks and distribution points are changing subtly. So when you start delivering to actual venues, you move from a central point and you're using scooters or motorbikes. Drones are coming in. It's ridiculous, right, the way the world's changed. What I also notice now is I bought a lot of small ducks, small bath ducks from Temu. I bought 100. I like ducks. And within 11 days, a guy at my driveway shouts, "Hey, Malcolm," and hands me a bag. That tells me that is a massively efficient distribution system. It also means we've got a lot more cargo moving in the sky, because there's no ways it's coming by ship, right? Ships don't go that fast. So anyone in this particular game, the other thing I noticed was I pay online, then I pay a tax bill, and then it arrives. The amount of paperwork, admin. Do you remember when you used to have to go to banks and things? It's all gone. It's all changed. Road passenger excludes taxi, and taxi is probably the other chamber more complicated than maritime fishing. Taxi is very complicated. Road freight. Our biggest challenge is all our cargo should move by rail to free up our roads. Doesn't. It's a major problem. Our ports are overdue. It looks like we're getting a big infrastructure spend now, right? But that will only deliver in 10 to 15 years. We've got environmental impact studies to go. Then the greenies are going to complain because despite them driving a Humvee, they don't want us to get oil and gas here. So there's all those complexities. Now, I have no gripe with greenies. We just need to find a balance. This country needs economy and employment, right? Got to find that balance. And if we lose a square kilometer, we lose a square kilometer. It's fine. We've got lots of square. We got such a big ocean, massive. See, I'm going off, digressing. Sorry, long answer. Freight handling is changing. There's going to be a lot more middlemen. A lot less middlemen. Again, if I look at my Temu experience, off my banking platform, pay the tax, boom, it's here. Traditionally, how many other little steps there would have been, right? I see Temu being a danger to a lot of the Chinese shops I've got in my neighborhood, because I see they're starting to close, because I don't have to go to the Chinese shop anymore. I just buy it straight from Temu and it comes to my door. I actually save on the petrol. Just so you know, in case you think I'm dodgy, the reason why I bought 100 ducks is when I'm doing career guidance on that submarine that I mentioned, and if you're in Cape Town, please come see it. I'll give you a tour. When a kid asks a good question, and I can set it up that they ask me that good question in the first room, I give them a duck as a prize. And I tell them, keep that, it'll come in later. From that moment, they hang on to my every word. And all it cost me was R2.50 for a small duck from Timu. So there's ways we can use these things to inculcate. The more children we take through and into maritime, the better their futures will be. You can either now, in the next generation, live in one room and never leave it, or you can go work at sea. I'm going to say to any youth, first go work at sea. First go have adventures. Go see flying fish at 4 o'clock in the morning. Go do stuff. Then come back and slowly die in a dark little room in the glow of your device.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together and thank Malcolm. Well done, Malcolm. Thank you. Thank you. That was very enlightening, Malcolm. Before I go on, I shared a story yesterday. And it only happens in South Africa. And this is not a made-up story. This is a true story. A 32-year-old man in Mitchell's Plain breaks into Pollsmoor. He breaks into the prison. And the reason he breaks into prison, first of all, as a prisoner, he can access free education, he gets free meals, and he gets to hang out with his friends. Here's the kicker, ladies and gentlemen. Some 4 or 5 years later, he did this for the evenings because during the day he would do side hustles. But 5 years later, he qualified as an engineer. And this is a true story. And they call him Professor Break-In at Pollsmoor Prison. But here's the thing. We now find that the prison officials find out that he's broken some laws. Now he gets arrested. Now he really has to go to jail, only in South Africa. But with that, I'm going to call upon Mr. Suleiman Apollos to lead us into the next one. Unfortunately, he didn't give me those 200 Rand notes or so I don't have a glowing introduction for him. Suleiman is the project manager at FADI, and he'll take us through our next batch. Thank you, Suleiman.
Thank you very much. It's always very difficult coming on after Malcolm. It's like, yes, and then also after Neil. So colleagues, my name is Suleiman Apollos. I am the head of projects at the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Institute. We're an NGO, and we are active in the oceans economy space. We advocate for all matters concerning the maritime sector. So, yes. That is a brief introduction of myself. Also my colleague with me, my colleague and CEO of FADI is at the back there, Jeremy Marilia. And I think he'll probably just join us a little bit later while we get into this. So in terms of the program, and very importantly, man, it's very important for us to get to understand what the industry is saying. Okay, not what the thought leaders are saying, or what the academics are saying, or the researchers are saying, but also to get a feel for what the industry is saying, and not necessarily like your larger players, not your corporate players per se, but your medium size and your smaller companies are experiencing, as well as your organizations who are working on the ground. So for the next part, I mean, you raised a very important question, and it was a simple question, and it was a long-winded reply. And the question was like, I'm a black female, I'm a notary, I want to get involved in this space, in the maritime space. How do I, what opportunities are there for me? And it also just links to 2 things. The first is that access is, you know, the difference between people with money and people without money. It's not necessarily money. It's access to money. Right? If you are a wealthy person in this country and you go to the bank and you want a loan, what does the bank do? They give you the money. They say to you, oh no, you have so much money. You need more. Yeah, take. if you are a poor person, talented, gifted, brilliant ideas, and you go to that same bank for a fraction of the loan that you need, what do they do then? They say, now look at your profile. No, you don't have any money. Sorry, we can't give you any money because you don't have any money. In fact, it'll take money from you. This is the nature of things. So access is a critical thing in our society. From our youth who have no knowledge or understanding or complete or thorough, deep understanding of what opportunities there are in maritime. You know, we were speaking to a very senior executive in a maritime company, and he was expressing the idea, the belief that the maritime sector could ostensibly, potentially employ, absorb up to 25% of our unemployed youth in its ranks. And he has very developed ideas in terms of how this can be done. And one of the things he cited, interestingly enough, besides a number of other areas, he cited access. How do we get our people to understand entry points into the maritime sector? So you asked a very interesting question. You asked, I'm a black female, I'm a notary, I'm a legend in the legal environment, but I need to know how to get into this. Just two little things. The maritime sector, the maritime law, I think Mr. Santi will bear me out on this. Maritime law is the second biggest form of law in the world. Right? It's the second biggest form of law in the world. It has to do with contracts, import, exports, international trade agreements, and the like. It's only second to corporate law, land-based corporate law. But you can count on your hands, a single set of hands, how many people of color are in fact specializing, you know? We've got Saimi now supporting that, but that is just the reality. Most of our young people who do better at school when they go and study law at UWC, the premier, my alma mater, one of the premier institutes for study of law, they practice criminal law. They deal with bail, conveyancing. Yeah, they're not really into where the money is with respect to that form of law. So access is a very important discussion point. And that leads us to the next part of the conversation, which is connected to accessing funding and support. So colleagues, on this page that you were handed, you'll notice at the back of it, man, there's a little questionnaire, a sheet. I don't know if you all have this. You've got it? You can have this one. There you go. Does everyone have one now? Okay, excellent. So we have gathered here a few firms who are in shipping, cargo handling. We've got Ocean Link, we've got Legacy, we've got a couple of, we've got Jurgens is here as well. And at the same time, we have Kucha at the back there. And we have a few and government support agencies. Bantech is here, yeah? Bantech is here as well. Welcome. We'd like to understand from your perspective, from your experience, you were complaining or mentioning to me earlier that you took a whole year to find a rep, just a rep, to work on a boat. Now, how amazing or interesting is that? It takes her a year and she still has, have you fulfilled the post yet? Not yet. Now imagine that. I would have thought that would be an entry-level position. But the thing about maritime, it's a little bit different. It's not like a rep selling cars. It's not a car sales rep. That somebody is able to walk onto a boat, to engage the captain, the crew, the team. It's a very unique set of skills that actually is required within that sector. So we'd just like for you to take some time out, everyone, man, to look at this sheet. Even if you are coming from out of SAMSA, you're coming out of... to actually spend some time just jotting down what you think the problems of the sector, or your company or industry is, and we can talk about that. And then we'll go a little bit further in terms of what ideas you have to resolve some of those challenges. And finally, we'll look at the issues from a skills perspective. We already know, Nandipa, what your issue will be. But it's fine, you can add on. And yes, is Malcolm still here? Oh, we're online. Oh, okay. All right, okay. So colleagues, possibly can we spend the next 10 minutes just doing that? I was actually hoping you could go around assisting some of our, but not. Jerry, can you? Neil? Can you?
You can do that. I think these are the most important feedback. But the front you must.
Is there anyone who wants to go and anyone want to volunteer and put some of the issues that they feel they're experiencing? Yourself? You can introduce yourself.
Hi there, I'm Shanae, branch manager at National Ship Chandlers. I just think that for me, what I've experienced is that we don't have enough, people don't have enough knowledge about the shipping industry and what we actually do and what we're capable of achieving and doing. And I think this limits the amount of people that want to apply for a position or be within the industry. You can't just have anybody going onto a vessel, as you said, dealing with a captain. You know, you need a specific kind of person. But you don't get many people that are willing to try it. And I find that we mostly we have to train within. You know, we always upskill our staff, but we have to train within. So we get people in, and whether they come in starting as a picker and then move up and want to go into a procurement or a logistics position, but we find that most of the time we're training from within. So I think basically for me it's just, you know, making people more aware of what our industry is all about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Comparatively speaking, how well does your industry pay a salesperson, let's say in your sector, the shipping, as opposed to a...
Yeah. Do you want me to give a figure? Okay. Well, basically, I mean, we were looking at about 20,000. And then obviously you would have to look at your vehicle and cell phone. But as you know, shipping doesn't stop. I mean, it's a 24/7 operation. So, you know, if you've got a vessel coming in on a Sunday night, you've got to be there on a Sunday night, especially if you have a demanding captain. So, yeah, how that compares, though, I wouldn't be able to say.
Anyone else? Kevin? Neil? Kevin?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I'm Kevin Gray. I represent a company called Legacy Marine. We build aluminium boats out in Perseverance. I think for us, just an observation is that, you know, training is wonderful and it's absolutely necessary. I was having a discussion with Neil. We need to upskill our people. We want to support local. We want to do things for the local industry. But there's got to be a collaboration between all the different sectors and all the different, from government through everything else. I can sit and train 50 people at my yard, but if I don't have the work, I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting their time, I'm creating expectations, and we couldn't support them. Government needs to spend more money in the marine space and give us work. A couple of years ago, I think there was something like 80 billion rands worth of work that was given to companies outside of South Africa, which is bizarre. We're saying that South Africa, we need to grow our industry, we need to grow, and we need to support our people, our communities, but government needs to come to the party. I can create, you give me a silly example, you give me 10 boats a year, I'll guarantee you I can employ 30 people. But without that, I'm going to lose these people, we're going to lose everybody, and then you don't want to spend time training people because you cannot sustain them and support them afterwards. So I know it's a difficult thing to do, but we need government support and intervention, particularly from a manufacturing perspective, if we want to grow our manufacturing base.
Would you like to comment? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. I think I share the same sentiments as Kevin. And I also think as the industry, we are working in silos when it comes to these things, you know. So we have a few pockets there, and then we don't have a uniform, how can I put it, advocacy platform where everyone is here. For example, with what Kevin is saying, industry, they want to move forward. But then when it comes to government, you've got government that is slow in doing the implementation. So you end up finding that industry is moving forward, but government is lagging behind as the implementation body, or if you can put it that way. So I think that's one of the problems that we have. I mean, for example, now we're talking green fuels or alternative fuels, and the industry is already ahead with that. I mean, you have Maersk. I think Maersk has also asked for about 8 more ships, which are biofuel ships, you know. And with governance across the world, I mean, they're still talking regulation that will speak to that, you know. So I think part and parcel, when we have to move forward, we always have to check with the industry what they're doing and the industry trends. And then I think sometimes we're lacking in that industry involvement, and obviously transformation and employment, and actually getting the right skills in place. So I was chatting with Malwande the other day in terms of people are talking green hydrogen and everything else. But when we were in one conference where we were like, okay, you're taking all these skills, but you didn't mention anything about seafarers who will be handling these cargoes, you know, who will be working on these ships, you know. And obviously the soft skills when it comes to those things. I mean, you're talking people who are traditionally been working on age of O's, you know, and all of a sudden you're putting ammonia on board a vessel. And then how do you train those kids? And how do you make sure industry versus, you know, the implementing agencies? So I think some of those gaps and working in silos is what is actually keeping us behind.
Suli, just before the next speaker, we talk about the green hydrogen. You know, we have a company that's going to be at Kucha spending some 2 billion rand called Hive Energy, and they're going to produce the green hydrogen. What the green hydrogen means is that they will draw seawater, and through a process of desalination and through an electrolysis process create hydrogen and oxygen. But that plant will be driven by solar or wind. So hence it'll come, you know, to become green. But in this exploration of the green hydrogen, I was with the Chieta, and I helped the Chieta write the programs. Chieta is the chemical industry thing. So we helped them write the program on hydrogen production, hydrogen storage, and hydrogen transportation. So what the previous speaker talks about is that we need to embrace the new technologies. And it's this type of training that will open up the levels for our youth where the greatest unemployment is. And I think if we embrace that, we're able to help, you know, with the unemployment, especially in the youth gap. With that, over to you, ma'am. Your next question.
Before we go, we just want to take commentary from Saini. Not Saini from...
All ones.
Oh, I'm breaking stuff. Are you sure this is coffee we're drinking? I just wanted to maybe give 2 comments. I thank you to Saimi crew for the information that you are getting. Is it possible to get the number, now that you have all the statistics of what is needed in the industry? How many job creation? How much job creation? If you could to quantify it with all the numbers that you have now, just a total to see if that 25% really holds, at least with your own research. But then I'm asking this question because if any industry, especially the new ones, if you are planning, you are surely planning for 50 years, for 100 years. And when you go forward 50 years, what kind of an industry do you want to be? And what, of course, you're going to think about AI, you're going to think about the technological advances, and work back how many of those skills do we have, and how do we train for them? So in finding out the skills needs for the sector, were we able to do that kind of an assessment? Because chances are, what we're gonna do, we're going to put all these billions and billions and billions, and then it's gonna be billions to stagnate the industry that is already small. Therefore, we're not building a bigger pie that more people can get into. And then I relate with the, lastly, maybe second last, the question about the industry built around placing job placements as opposed to an industry that is built around enabling small and medium enterprises, the private sector, to actually open up, to build, to do more business in order to assimilate many of these jobs that we've only identified in the current macro industry. And then lastly, maybe just another comment or question. I'll see if anyone can answer. Malcolm is not here. I wanted to see how TITA is performing with regards to changing to QCTO centralized skills development and accreditation platform, because there are fewer of the skills that were mentioned today that are there when I look at, and chances are we're going to get accreditation, but for phasing out skills as well.
Hi.
There.
Oh, my Lord.
Okay, good.
Okay, on my side, I want to say you guys are not, I'm going to say you guys, but I'm talking to the government and all. They're not, they are communicating on a higher level, not on the groundwork level, because this is foreign to a lot of people. I know about it because I'm a logician by qualification. No? But if I were not, this is foreign to so many people. And that was years ago when I did that. 15 years into it, it's still foreign, meaning you are not doing anything. You're not being impactful. Or you, out of 100, you are just doing 20%. Okay? And introduction of this maritime studies into high school level, I believe there's few currently. But out of the whole Motherwell, probably there's only 2 schools. Lots of suburb high schools, they're not doing it. My son's school is not doing it. Also communicating and marketing it on the radio level, because most of the people, they listen to the radios. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. No, valuable.
Thank you.
Valuable comment. But before we go there, sir, just to answer Olwam's question, to the best of my knowledge, and because I work in the technical trade, TITA is moved from the legacy onto the occupational. So I think that most of them, and I can't talk for the high level issues, but ma'am, to answer your question, I think what the previous gentleman spoke about is that we work in silos. The Department of Education, or Basic Education, is the custodian of basic education in the schools. And I think that mind shift or mindset shift has to take place, wherein they have to embrace the new technologies as we go forward. You know, one of the things is like basic coding at a primary school level. Malcolm is not here. Drones are going to place, and I think he spoke about it, the drone world. They say that in 50 years' time, you won't need a medical doctor. You'll wear a Fitbit watch, and it'll measure your heartbeat, and through your sweat pause, measure whether you have a deficiency in vitamin C or D or E or whatever it is. It then triggers a script to a computer system that will say, okay, you need this vitamin, or you need X, Y, and Z in terms of medication. It then triggers it off to your medical dispensary, which is either your Dischem, Clicks, and whatever it is, or MediRite, or the different pharmacies. They get it, they pick it up off a shelf, they put it into a drone. And because of GPS technology, that drone will find you, And when it comes there, you pull a little pin and it'll release your medication to you. And that's the type of technology that we're going in. And I think the TITA will play a big role in that space. But when we talk about this, we talk about four and five industrial revolution in the technology space. But I think our bigger problem is that 80 or 90% of our rural learners haven't been exposed to a computer. And that's where the disconnect comes in. So we need to embrace that from a primary school level if we need to make meaningful change. So, yeah. Okay. Who's Kuka? Oh, okay.
Thank you. Just to give everyone a bit of a brief background, I am from the Kuka Development Corporation. And in terms of our presence in the maritime sector, while it is limited at the moment, we do understand the potential economic impact that the sector may have. And as such, we have an interest in the sector. We do have a dedicated skills development center called Kuka Human Capital Solutions. And this center actually works with CETAs to get funding to run training programs in line with the needs of the economy. But what I was mentioning when we did this exercise was that it would be interesting to know how many of the entities in this room actually participated in the Working World exhibition that took place this week. Because one of the challenges that I could cite from someone who does not work directly in the maritime sector is a lack of familiarity with the skills required to succeed in the sector, a lack of familiarity with the sector itself, and then also all of this negative information about transport logistics and the situation in our country currently. So I think a lot of work could be done in terms of the popularization, so to speak, of the sector, the skills required, the type of jobs you could work, what those jobs would entail. So yeah, again, coming back to just awareness raising, if any of the entities were at the Working World exhibition to reach that target audience of your local schools. Working World exhibition is a 3-day annual roadshow. It's actually run by Inkanyezi Events, but Kuka has been a proud supporter of that Working World exhibition over the years. So we participate regularly. And it's just a good opportunity to generate visibility for your business, attract talent, let young people know what opportunities, learnerships, internships, are provided, etc. Today was the last day, unfortunately. It ran from Tuesday to Thursday. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Azeh, and I am from Magia Marine Crewing. We are a recruitment company, mainly for South African seafarers. One of the problems that we have faced was we had a contract with a shipping company where we had to place some seafarers on board, specifically engine and deck. And the problems that we had faced were that there were a lot of foreign nationals, mainly people or seafarers from the Philippines, and they were working on board vessels off Algoa Bay. So the ratio was very skewed, if I should say, because we would only be able to place about 4 South African seafarers, and there'd be like the rest of the crew on board would be Filipinos. Also, another problem that we faced were that the ship owners were very reluctant in employing females on board. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jeremy from FADI. Often due to an inappropriate policy environment and also from a tax perspective, Port Elizabeth has almost lost its offshore bunkering capabilities. I just wanted to hear from the Maritime Business Chamber. I know that we're doing a lot of work in that respect in terms of engaging and lobbying If that should come back, is the bunkering, is the skills required for that particular subsector on par to handle any comeback from that sector? Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. He put me on the on the spot right there. Yeah, but firstly, you know, one would say one takes appreciation in terms of seeing also the presence of Kucha recently appreciating and trying to get into, you know, the maritime space. I think, you know, we can talk about engagements that we've had with regards to, you know, the upskilling based on their resource center there in Kamvelisha. And I'm happy that, you know, they continue to show, you know, interest. One of the key, I think it was raised now, one of the key challenges within maritime, especially in South Africa, it's the policy issues, some outdated legislation, and I think also for participation purposes, and I think it was mentioned there that, you know, knowledge when it comes to understanding. You remember, maritime is, you know, internationally regulated, whilst you would have your own legislations in the country, but you need to align to what is out there internationally. And majority of the time, I think that's what we miss. And that's what, you know, takes us away, you know, from being a key participator in all of this. When it comes to bunkering, look, one, we can state that according to the new regulations, bunkering is, you know, is back officially. It's just that, you know, it's the interpretation of that regulation when it comes to, because remember, the major thing was, the contestation was understanding how do you tax the imported fuel. And I think now that is quite clear in terms of that. And I think once we are back online, obviously, there aren't that many South Africans that have worked on tankers. So that skill is still needed. And I think there are initiatives that are currently, you know, being taken upon right now with some of the major players in that upskilling. And those challenges, what Uaza is explaining, would continue, you know, to be there. And apart from that, you would note also there needs to be, you know, the issues of flex state, you know, they matter on a ship. The issues of bilaterals with certain countries, they matter a lot. So if you've got a vessel where we don't have none of those things set, the management company would always have issues, you know, in employing South Africans. But the key would be, once it's back online in full, do we have enough, you know, South Africans that have worked on tankers, and especially now going to these new fuels as well that we are going into. And I think that's where, you know, the training focus should be, because there would be more of those vessels that, you know, currently, I think, I just recently saw, I think just next door in Mauritius, where they handled, you know, an LNG bunkering, you know, vessel. So those are some of the things that we need to, you know, we need to start looking at. But for us to start driving all these programs, legislation is key. You know, policies that are firm, where we are sure, like for instance, if you talk about Nelson Mandela Bay, there is key, you know, sectors that are contending for this city alone. You've got tourism, you've got the automotive sector, and then you've got the maritime. And most of the time, maritime and tourism, they always clash. And that's where one needs to be sure in terms of what is it that you are really, you know, which one you want to focus on, or do you want to coexist? So being firm in terms of those things, I think it will really, you know, assist and give a clear direction in terms of also what type of skills do we really look at. Like what Sisi was saying, going down, it's just that the industry itself is closed, you know. We don't share much, and we don't like to reveal. You know, I would rather suffer whilst I'm working on a plan, and at the same time, the entire industry suffers And that's how, it is. So even in terms of the skills that sometimes are required, we would always go with what we see and hear and think it is. But when you go on the ground, you would find out, there are different things, like there are small things that we really talk about, surveyors and all those things, where these are skills or jobs that are really good paying, but because we don't know much about them, so we don't really. So there needs to be that awareness. We need to be clear, but awareness must only be driven by a firm policy and a firm stand as a maritime nation, this is the direction. If we don't have that, then we will continue being in misalignment.
Thank you. Now we're going to finish with the Saimi and with yourself.
I'm actually covered, by the way, by the lady from Motherwell, the story of dissemination of the information that we have. So I think we are always preaching to the already converted population. So it's time that we take up these conversations to where it matters most, because we've been speaking in the same spaces. Like we had something like this with Unati, where we were speaking here at Dolphin's Lip. So the people who actually need that, they have not really access to the kind of information that we shared. So it's a matter of dissemination of the information we had, the research that we conduct, disseminating to the people on the ground. So the sister here, they covered me very well.
But cautioning, with all the awareness, we must caution, the unrealistic expectations. We must not create unrealistic expectations, because currently, if Motherwell has got 5 high schools. There are 5, ne? Or 4. Yeah, I think there are about 4 or 5. No, I'm saying Motherwell high schools that are doing maritime studies currently. I think there's about 4 of them, and they're excelling very well. And I think in addressing that as well, it is more of what is the industry doing. So we are getting all these young people. Where are we going to channel them once they graduate? And then also, as you were talking, I just want to give clear guidance around. Maybe you would do that when it comes to high schools taking up. The Department of Education, they do go around high schools. I can tell you we've also done that. We've went to a few high schools and they said, no, we are fine, we are being supported. Some, would say we are being supported by Isuzu, so we are fine with automotive. We don't want to now to venture into this thing, because that is a traditional, industry that everyone is familiar with. So these new industries, it must be a visionary principle and a school governing body that would allow for such a thing.
Yeah, thanks, Unat. I just wanted to go back to the QCTO and TITA thing. I think we working quite well with the QCTO and TITA in terms of producing the occupational qualifications, and we are also in terms of the maritime sector working with QCTO. We've got two qualifications now that we have busy with. Going to next month we're going to QCTO to actually start the process of recognizing the STCW framework into the NQF framework. So there's also a couple of new developments that I know of. For example, your aircraft electricians, your radiotricians, those qualifications are also being accredited through the QCTO. So that work is ongoing, I can assure you. And then in terms of the Maritime High School, I think Unati touched based on that it's being run by the Department of Basic Education. And also, Malwande can also touch base on that because it is an area of work. And to go to AZE, we have an issue when it comes to some of the seafarers working on the tankers, because some of them, where they trained, they were never familiar they never trained actually on tankers or LNGs and LPGs. So you find out as a ship owner, you are reluctant because to actually employ someone who doesn't have experience in that field. So part of the work that we've done is to get those qualified to actually do tanker conversion courses where they can actually come back and step back into that space of working on tankers and bunkering specifically.
Just
Thank you.
okay, yeah, because the conversation is almost the same from this side. Let me take it. I think 3 points for me. Number one is what Unati touched on, the unrealistic selling of or unrealistic promises that were made when we do this maritime awareness. I think here at a country level, Butunat, we tend to be, if I were to use the monitoring and evaluation tools of analysis, I would say we always focus on the outcomes. And then outcome-based activity is a program that is fixated on quantity, not on quality. Now, that has been reflected by the expansion of the maritime high schools in the country. On one end, you are saying this is a great opportunity as a tool of maritime awareness. The maritime high schools, as they are providing only 3 subjects: nautical sciences, maritime economics, and marine science. But if you were to look at the entry requirement from the higher education level, those subjects are not a requirement. So in our definition of what these maritime high schools, or at least how we define them as maritime or schools offering maritime subjects, we see them, these 3 subjects, as an expression or at least a tool of maritime awareness, because they are introducing these kids to what they would not know, and when they take a decision about going to university, they may take an option of maritime because they've been introduced into it by these subjects. And that means these subjects are going to make them advantageous if they were to take a qualification that is related to the maritime industry. For an example, nautical sciences, if you are taking the seafaring side. However, it does not mean that they need those subjects to enter into the qualification. They need maths and science. See? Now that's why we say the concept of maritime high schools is purely an awareness-based concept. That's where it is anchored on. And we therefore say that is a good sign. We say to the department, Budunat, for the longest time, even here in the province, that the continued expansion of this maritime subject into these schools without the necessary support is problematic. Because what we are doing, you are going to make the kids in the high schools to hate the maritime, because there is not enough support that is provided at a school level to see that this is something that is really worth doing it. So that's one part. That's why I'm saying here, we always go and say we need to add 4. We need to add 5 maritime high schools. But if you go to the schools, they struggle, some of them. I can tell you for free now, I've just received some of these comments requesting support and so on. But yet the schools have been established by the department. So I'm saying, these are conversations that we have. It must be conversations that we have with all the relevant stakeholders. Because if you ask them, what is the end goal of doing this? You may not get the answer that you are looking for. So that's one part. And I think the second part, again, that I think we must talk about, Budonat, is this policy that we speak about in relation to the activities that we do. If you take bunkering for an example here, it is not only a function of the transfer of fuels in economic terms. It is also about the associated activities or other business activities that comes with it, crew change, and all of those other services, which we think, in our view, it's important to really not to look at the bunkering as just one activity. But the second element, which must not be ignored, is the discussion and the question around the environmental sustainability. That is now the pollution that might potentially come out of it. It is a discussion that we must not shy away from having it. Because what we are saying, Budunat, tourism, maritime, clash, and so on, there are hardcore conservationists that would be against that activity. But we need to have a discussion with them to say, no, it doesn't have to stop. The legislation, even if you were to look at the NEMA, the principles of NEMA, they say even the protection of the environment is not for itself. It is for the interest of the people. We want to live out of the ocean, but we want to have the ocean in the next 20 to 30 years to exist. So the cleaner we keep the ocean, the better for us. But that does not mean that other operations must stop, because the legislations allow to move and say you must avoid as much as possible any potential harm to the environment. And that's a discussion that we must have about it. I'm afraid we have lost almost 2 years of bunkering here. And it will take time for it to come back again, the vessels into the metro. I think the last point, Budonat, that to say we should be gravitating towards the future skills. Your alternative energy that you spoke about here. We as a SAIMI, we are gearing ourselves not only to address the issues of today, but that of the future. And the research component in our organization, the outcomes of it, fits into the skills development programs that we are running. And to that effect, we are busy now engaged in understanding the green hydrogen. And we're not only looking at it from just a research side of things, but we're also looking at what are the potential skills that would come out of this if we're moving as a country towards that direction. IMO has declared on that. So as a country, we need to move forward, and we are trying to look into it and see to it the skills that would be relevant when we arrive at that stage. And in our view, it is something that all of us, we should be moving towards that direction, and we must be moving exactly knowing what are the interests of the country. And these are not the interests of SAIMI, neither the interest of the chamber, but that of the country. And I think it should be a discussion of that nature that we must have, not a disruptive discussion, but a progressive discussion that allows the country to, to prosper. Issues of stopping of the activities on the basis of a potential threat without having a proper examination of the threat itself and the mitigating measures against that threat. For me, I differ with such approach. The approach should be is an acknowledgement of the threat. What are the mitigating measures that we can have? Do you have a capacity to mitigate, yes or no? So that when we deal with issues, we deal with whether we have a capacity or not. If we don't have, how do we move forward in terms of acquiring that capacity? I think that should be a progressive discussion that we must have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. 1 o'clock, I'll just give the last lady, the last one. Okay. Anybody else?
Okay.
Thank you. Mine, it's too long then. It's 2 points. One is the QCTO TITA transition, or TITA to QCTO transition. I would have loved if Malcolm would have answered that, because the answers that came from the House for now are of the qualifications. And operating in the industry, like with different sitters and QCTO, the biggest challenge we have in skills and development is the gap now. Besides qualifications, qualifications are good, they are there, they've been established, but when it comes to skills programs, shorter courses, legislative courses or trainings, those are not accommodated with QCTO. And when it comes to industry and the requirements with legislation and all that, there is that gap. And it doesn't seem as if there is anyone who can actually give an answer to this when it comes to either sitters or QCTO, even the Department of Higher Education and Training for that matter. And for me, what I see there, or the way that the conclusion that I have came down to, is somehow there is not much consideration of the establishment of the Skills Development Act, because the establishment of the Skills Development Act was based on the industry, on the workplace. Okay, coming to my second point, which also is still going to speak to the, I think it was Kevin who first mentioned this, and Ubuti from Esaimi, not Malwande, mentioned about collaboration, industry, government collaboration. And the government has resources. And only if, I think this is my wish, or this is my contribution, the government, let the government allow the industry to lead. Because the reality is that whatever comes as a parachute from the policymakers up there, they make, yes, all these policies, but when it comes to the industry, when it comes here to the implementers, it becomes this big, we don't know where to bite first, and it's so like this, of which if the involvement from when all these legislations are being established, the consideration would be, there wouldn't be this so much scratching in between the industry and the government.
Yeah, excellent points. I think the direct question must be asked to TTIM regarding what is being done in the interim, the interregnum, as we call it, the period between two periods. Because literally we are having that situation where of skills programs and the like. I think it's a critical question. I think it's going to be put to Malcolm. Hopefully he'll get a direct answer. I'll share that reply because I'm very interested in that reply as well, the recognition of particularly like skills programs given that certain qualifications have now fallen away and been handed over to QCTO and so on and so forth, what is being done in the interim? And yes, for certain, yes, yourself, Christo.
Good day to everyone. My name is Christo. We just mentioned earlier, we support the offshore supply services. We actually take the provisions that they sell to the ships and provide other services in the bay, including to the bunkering vessels, which everybody's been talking about. Now, my biggest problem as a entrepreneur, if you want, is that we cannot be away from our businesses for much longer than a day or two. Now, when that relates to training, we have a different path. You've all mentioned the universities and the colleges and the schools. There's a different path. Every person that has a matric, that has science and maths, has a different option with colleges like Sialoba and with SSTG, where they can actually go and do their STCWs up to a certain level. The problem with that is that once you've reached that STCW qualifications, to get a position on the vessel, you are only entry level. Then you would like to develop, but you cannot develop anymore because the colleges are limited to what they can provide. My point is that these existing colleges should be upskilled and upgraded to the point where they can actually provide courses up to master under 200 ton, master under 500 ton, which does not require university degrees or university training. Above that, obviously we need to go to university and source entrance there. There is a great gap in that line because most of our coastal vessels are either under 200 ton or under 500 ton. We don't have coastal South African flagged vessels except for what AMSOL has, and they are the current bunkers in the bay. So my suggestion is that we look at the current training providers that I've just mentioned and that we upskill them, because if I want to upskill my qualifications to the next level, I cannot go and spend 2 years at university. My business will close. I need to go do a short course or course close to my hometown or home port and still be available to look after the business. And that way we can upskill a lot more people than sending them off to distant towns like Cape Town and Durban and those places. And that'll help the local youth more than sending them off to courses, because they might not come back to your business if you do that.
Thank you. Again. Yeah, Christo, I hear you and I feel your pain, but the QCTO now has made it a bit more easier, and I don't speak as an authority on the QCTO. They have a thing called CBMT, Competency-Based Modular Training. So you can do a short course as long as it's credit-bearing, and those credits can be accumulated over a period of time, and that will reach you to a final diploma degree. It goes up to a master's degree. So they've also made it a bit more easier for people without proper, don't have the matric. We say to people, if you don't have a matric, you don't. We seem to think that they're not academically inclined. So the RPL, recognition of prior learning, and the ARPL, which is the artisan recognition of prior learning. So people with experience now can go through this process and then come out with a qualification in the end. So it does make life a bit more easier. And when we talk about the short skills program with the QCTO, it's in a mess. That is a short story, and I know I'll get into trouble for saying this, but it is, they have got no short skills, they've got no skills programs. Before this, you've had hundreds of skills programs that you can draw from, credit bearing, and then do the short skills training. So, but I think that engagement, ma'am, will have to take place with them. With that, we're about, okay, is there somebody else? Okay, Suleiman. Oh, you had your hand up. Okay, okay, she's feeling a bit shy. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, with all the acronyms, Christo, we got a 4-letter word that starts with F, not where your mind is going to. It's time for food. And I think lunch will be served on the first floor. On the first floor. In Mike's kitchen. Please join us for lunch. Thank you.
Then we'll just restart at 1:45 and finish at 2. Store closure at 1:45, is it okay?
Or should we do it 2 o'clock? Yeah, no, we'll collect them now. Come through with your forms and we'll collect them now.
Yeah.
lot of treats here for tea, so if you don't eat it, it'll be considered wasteful expenditure. So Malcolm tells me. But colleagues, just a quick summary. We heard what you've raised today, and I think they form a basis for a future discussion. And there were many pertinent points that were brought to the fore. And I think that the organizers, in terms of feedback to the TITA, will make sure that your voices are heard. And there are many pertinent points that have been brought up. So as a last thing, and I said I'll keep you guys for 10 minutes, I'm going to call Mr. Jerry Marilla, who's the CEO of FADI, to extend a vote of thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the audience and the delegates for staying. The stickability is not always easy. A lot of people are fatigued because you have the same old stuff. So we try to do it differently by getting more corporate sector and private sector involvement in. And I think the point taken that it must be industry driven going forward. On behalf of TITA, who is the sponsor, we're rolling this out. Thank you to Malcolm and his team, the marketing team in Johannesburg. Right, who's funding this initiative. In terms of the summary of the seminar discussions and the issues highlighted, we're going to email that to the delegate list here. We've got all your contact details. This will be followed up by Durban seminar on the 5th, and then we go on the 16th of April to the major conference in Cape Town. We will have a lot of luminaries and other speakers. So that type of follow-up and what happens there, we'll also share with you, just for continuity's sake, etc. We won't leave you there. The industry's got a maritime industry human resource task force, and that caters for, run by Mr. Insiba Infini from AMSAL. So we'll feed this up into his structure and see, right, that he can plug this in to appropriate channels, etc., so that something meaningful comes of this in terms of priorities, okay, going forward. To our program director, Neil, ETC, thank you for the sterling job in terms of putting together the coherency of the program and allowing for, the interaction and discussion, etc. And to Suleiman, the project manager, who assisted with the logistics and setting up here late last night. So we're quite tired. It's quite admin intensive and with a small team. So thank you once again, and you will hear from us. It won't be the last time, and we want to ensure follow up on a lot of the stuff. So thank you for coming. I think that's a formal end of the program. There is more eats outside, so please enjoy on your way home. Thank you.
That ends it, but before you leave, just remember that IQ plus EQ, it makes a good employee. The IQ, we tick all the boxes. We need to make sure that we sharpen up on the EQ, the intelligence quotient, where we talk to each other and not past each other, and that is important. So with that, have a good afternoon further and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you.